The summer heat in Cairo in 1937 was unbearable, the kind that made even stone buildings feel like they were breathing. In a modest apartment overlooking a dusty street near the Egyptian Museum, an old man lay dying. His name was Dr. Heinrich Brugsch, and he had spent 40 years of his life beneath the sand, excavating temples, deciphering hieroglyphs, and walking through chambers that hadn't seen daylight in millennia. Now, as the ceiling fan rotated slowly above him, casting shadows that moved like ancient spirits across the walls, he refused to speak about the one discovery that had defined the final decade of his career. The nurse who attended him during those last days later told her daughter that Brugsch would wake in the night, sweating, whispering about doors that should never be opened. He kept a locked journal beside his bed, bound in leather that had gone dark with age and handling. When colleagues from the German Archaeological Institute came to visit, hoping to discuss his work at Karnak, he turned his face to the wall. When they asked about the sealed chamber he had mentioned in a brief report filed in 1929, he simply closed his eyes. The report itself had been curiously vague, noting only that excavations beneath the Temple of Karnak had revealed a chamber of uncertain purpose, containing inscriptions that required further study. No further study was ever published. No photographs were ever released. On his final evening, Brugsch asked for paper and an envelope. His hands shook as he wrote, the pen scratching slowly across the page. He folded the letter carefully, placed inside it several small photographic plates, and sealed the envelope with wax. On the front, he wrote a name, a colleague in Berlin, and beneath it, a single instruction in German to be opened only after verification. What was to be verified he did not say. 3 days later, Heinrich Brugsch died. The envelope, according to records that surfaced decades later in an East German archive, was never delivered. The colleague in Berlin claimed he never received it. The photographs were never seen again. This was not an unusual story in the world of early Egyptology. The period between the two world wars was a strange time for archaeology in Egypt. A time when the line between scholarship and treasure hunting had become so blurred it was almost invisible. The great European powers were carving up the ancient world, and temples were not just religious sites, they were prizes. Discoveries were announced with fanfare when they enhanced national prestige, and buried in silence when they complicated the narrative. Academic institutions operated like secret societies, and the Egyptian Antiquities Service, still largely controlled by foreign directors, maintained storage vaults that held thousands of artifacts the public would never see. The culture of secrecy was deliberate. Archaeologists operated under a patronage system that rewarded sensational finds and conventional interpretations. A tomb filled with gold was a career-making discovery. A chamber filled with inscriptions that contradicted established chronology was a problem. Museums wanted objects that could be displayed, that could draw crowds, that could justify expeditions funded by wealthy donors who expected a return on their investment in the form of prestige and publicity. Hieroglyphs that suggested the ancient Egyptians possessed knowledge inconsistent with the primitive timeline preferred by Western academics were not just inconvenient, they were professionally dangerous. The temples themselves had always been places of secrets. The ancient Egyptian priesthood did not serve the public. They served the gods, and more importantly, they served knowledge that was considered too powerful, too sacred, or too destabilizing for common people to possess. Temple complexes were designed with this in mind. There were outer courts where ordinary Egyptians could gather during festivals, inner halls where only the elite could enter, and finally, the sanctuary, the Holy of Holies, where even most priests were forbidden. But beneath many temples, accessible only through hidden passages or shafts that descended into darkness, were chambers that appear in no ancient texts. Rooms that were sealed and left unmarked, as if whoever built them wanted to ensure they could be forgotten. Modern archaeology may have simply continued this tradition. Not out of religious devotion, but out of something more complex. A combination of institutional inertia, ideological rigidity, and perhaps a reluctance to destabilize a historical framework that had taken centuries to construct. When an archaeologist found something that fit the established narrative, it was published, celebrated, and added to textbooks. When something didn't fit, it was often labeled anomalous, filed away for future study that rarely came, or reinterpreted through creative reasoning until it no longer posed a threat to consensus. Bruges had been part of this system his entire career. He had published dozens of papers, all of them conventional, all of them safely within the boundaries of accepted Egyptology. But something he found beneath Karnak changed him. Colleagues noticed it. He became withdrawn, obsessive, and strangely protective of a discovery he refused to discuss. He stopped attending conferences. He submitted no further reports. And when he died, whatever he had seen died with him, or so it seemed. But stories have a way of surviving, whispered between researchers, passed down through institutional memory, appearing in footnotes of obscure journals that almost no one reads. The question that lingers, the question that refuses to be buried as completely as Bruges tried to bury his The Secret, is simple and unsettling. What truths lie beneath the temples that someone decided we shouldn't know? And more troubling still, who made that decision? And why do they continue to make it? The pattern becomes visible only when you stop looking at individual incidents and start seeing the decades laid out like a map. One missing discovery might be an accident, a casualty of war or bureaucratic incompetence. Two might be coincidence. But when the same type of disappearance happens across different eras, different excavation teams, different institutions, and different countries, coincidence stops being a satisfying explanation. In 1862, Auguste Mariette was digging beneath the temple of Seti Barnes in Abydos when his workers broke through into a chamber that had been sealed with unusual care. The entrance had been plastered over and carved with the same decorative reliefs as the surrounding wall, as if someone had wanted it to blend in, to be forgotten. Mariette's field journal, which survived in the archives of the Louvre, describes what he found inside with a tone that shifts from professional detachment to something closer to confusion. There were objects he called astronomical instruments, made of bronze and a dark stone he couldn't identify. He sketched them carefully, circular devices with intricate markings, rods calibrated with measurements that seemed too precise for the era. He wrote that their level of precision was inconsistent with known Egyptian metalworking capabilities. The objects were catalogued, assigned numbers, and transported to Cairo. They were never displayed. They were never mentioned in Mariette's published works. When later Egyptologists searched for them in museum storage, the trail went cold. The catalogue numbers exist. The objects do not. 61 years later, across the river in Dendera, another excavation encountered another puzzle. The year was 1923. and the team was working to clear debris from a side chamber of the temple complex when workers discovered a concealed shaft descending into bedrock. At the bottom was a small room, and inside that room were copper scrolls. Not papyrus, but metal sheets etched with hieroglyphs, rolled and sealed with resin. The excavation director, a French archaeologist named Émile Barrès, sent multiple telegrams to the Egyptian Museum. In one, preserved in the administrative records, he used the word revolutionary to describe the contents. He requested additional funding to properly document and translate the scrolls on site. The funding was approved. Barrès returned to Paris a year later, published papers on other aspects of the Dendera excavation, and never mentioned the scrolls again. When a graduate student in the 1960s tried to trace them for a dissertation, she found the telegrams, found the funding approvals, and found a catalogue entry that listed items numbered 3,847 through 1,891. The location field read, "Storage restricted." Her requests for access were denied. Later requests by other researchers received the same response. Those items cannot be located. The more recent the incident, the more documentation exists, and somehow that makes the disappearances more unsettling rather than less. In 1987, a team from an American university conducted a ground-penetrating radar survey of Luxor Temple as part of a conservation project. The radar revealed extensive tunnel networks beneath the temple complex. Not the known crypts and storage rooms, but deep channels running in geometric patterns that aligned with no existing architectural plans. The tunnels appeared to connect to chambers far below the water table, chambers that should have flooded centuries ago, but registered on the radar as empty space. The team published a preliminary report and scheduled a follow-up survey with more sophisticated equipment. When they returned 2 years later, a second survey showed nothing. The tunnels were gone, or rather, the radar no longer detected them. The official explanation was that the first survey had been flawed, that underground water and mineral deposits had created false readings. But the original data was compelling enough that the team had staked their professional reputations on it. They insisted on a third survey. Permission was denied by the Egyptian Antiquities Authority. The site was declared structurally unsafe for ground penetration studies. These aren't isolated incidents scattered randomly across history. They follow a pattern. The discoveries happen in temples, not tombs. They involve objects or structures that suggest capabilities or knowledge that don't fit comfortably into the established timeline of Egyptian technological development. The initial documentation is professional and credible. These aren't amateur treasure hunters making wild claims, but respected archaeologists working within institutional frameworks. And then, somewhere between the field and the public, the evidence disappears. Not dramatically, not with scandal or conspiracy, but quietly, bureaucratically, with catalogue numbers that lead nowhere and requests that are politely denied. The explanations offered are always reasonable in isolation. Objects were mislabeled during transport. Storage facilities were reorganized and items temporarily misplaced. Political instability made certain collections inaccessible. Religious sensitivities around sacred sites required discretion. Each explanation sounds plausible, but when the same explanations are used across a century and a half, when they're applied by different institutions in different countries to different discoveries that all share the same characteristic, they challenge conventional understanding. The patterns suggest something more systematic than bad luck or administrative chaos. There were always gatekeepers controlling what knowledge reached the public. In ancient Egypt, the priesthood maintained strict hierarchies of information. Sacred texts were written in scripts that ordinary Egyptians couldn't read. Temple libraries were forbidden to outsiders. Knowledge was power, and power was carefully guarded. The priests who served in the temples weren't just religious figures. They were astronomers, mathematicians, physicians, and record keepers. They understood that certain knowledge, if released without context or control, could destabilize the social order they were meant to preserve. Perhaps modern institutions, consciously or not, have inherited this role. Not out of religious devotion, but out of investment in historical narratives that have become foundational to how we understand human civilization. What were these temples actually for? Not just what they told the public they were for, but what their deepest chambers, their hidden tunnels, their sealed rooms were actually designed to house and protect. Walk through an Egyptian temple that survives today, and you'll notice something strange if you're paying attention. The walls are covered in religious imagery, gods, pharaohs, offering scenes, creation myths. But beneath your feet, invisible unless you know where to look, are channels carved into solid bedrock. Water systems that flow in geometrically precise patterns. Shafts that descend into darkness with no apparent ritual purpose. Rooms within rooms. Halls that lead to smaller halls. And finally chambers so restricted that even in ancient times, only a handful of people would have ever entered them. Stand in the hypostyle hall of Karnak, surrounded by columns so massive they seem to hold up the sky itself, and ask yourself a simple question. Why would you need 134 columns, each one precisely positioned, each one carved with hieroglyphs that follow mathematical patterns, simply to worship a god? The problem began with translation, or rather, with assumption. When early Egyptologists encountered these structures, they had a mental framework for understanding religious buildings. They knew churches, they knew mosques, they knew synagogues. So when they found buildings with god imagery and priests, they called them temples and moved on. The Egyptian term was Hotenshi, mansion of the god, and that seemed to confirm it. But language is deceptive. The Egyptians also called the sky a goddess and the earth a god. They called the heart the seat of intelligence and the brain an organ of little importance. Their worldview was not ours, and our translations carry assumptions they never held. Consider the Temple of Edfu, one of the best preserved temple complexes in Egypt. It took 180 years to build. Not because of limited resources or labor shortages, but apparently by design, a slow, methodical construction process that spanned multiple generations of builders. For a place of worship, this is excessive. Religious buildings throughout history have been constructed quickly when needed, their purpose clear and urgent. But if you were building something else, if you were encoding knowledge into architecture, if you were creating a structure that functioned as a three-dimensional textbook, where the placement of every wall, every column, every relief taught specific information to those trained to read it, then 180 years begins to make sense. You would need time to perfect it, time to test it, time to ensure that everything aligned not just with religious symbolism, but with observable astronomical phenomena, mathematical principles, and whatever else you were trying to preserve. The astronomical alignments alone suggest purposes beyond ceremony. Yes, Many religious buildings throughout history align with solstices or equinoxes. But Egyptian temples align with such precision that modern archaeoastronomers can use them to calculate ancient star positions. The Temple of Dendera aligns with specific stars in ways that would only matter if you were making long-term astronomical observations, not conducting annual festivals. The temple at Abu Simbel was constructed so that twice a year, sunlight penetrates hundreds of feet into solid rock to illuminate specific statues in a specific sequence. A feat of engineering that requires mathematical calculations far exceeding what would be necessary for religious theatre. Then there are the water systems. Beneath the Temple of Dendera, beneath Abydos, beneath other major temples, workers carved elaborate channels into bedrock. These aren't simple drainage systems. They flow in patterns, divide and recombine, include features that look unsettlingly like settling tanks or filtration systems. The standard explanation is that they're for ritual purification. But ritual purification doesn't require geometric precision. It doesn't require the kind of careful gradients and pressure-balanced flow that engineers recognize in these channels. Walk through the lower levels of these temples, and you start to feel like you're in a facility designed for something practical, something functional, something that required water not as a symbol but as a tool. The restricted access is perhaps the most telling detail. Egyptian temples were never public spaces in the way we think of churches or mosques. Ordinary Egyptians gathered in the outer courts during festivals, but they never entered the inner sanctums. Most priests never entered the inner sanctums. These were operated by a specialized class, men who trained for years, who could read and write when literacy was rare, who studied astronomy and mathematics and medicine under the protection of religious authority. They weren't just conducting rituals. They were maintaining something: knowledge systems, observations, calculations, records that were too important to be left vulnerable to political chaos or social upheaval. And they hid what they were doing in plain sight, behind walls covered in gods and myths, in a symbolic language that looked religious to outsiders, but might have encoded something far more specific to those who knew how to read it properly. What if what we call temples were actually multifunctional complexes? Part observatory for tracking celestial movements, part library for preserving knowledge in stone when papyrus could burn, part school for training the next generation of knowledge keepers, and part laboratory, where priests experimented with chemistry, medicine, materials, whatever sciences they had developed. And yes, part religious structure, because religion provided the authority and protection needed to maintain these facilities across centuries of political instability. If that's what temples really were, then what we should be looking for in excavations changes completely. We shouldn't just be cataloguing statues and reading offering inscriptions. We should be asking what knowledge was encoded here, and why those who built these places went to such extraordinary lengths to restrict who could access it. The image most people carry of Egyptian priests, or Dadu, comes from Hollywood. Shaved heads, white robes, men chanting and waving incense before golden statues. It's not entirely wrong, but it misses something fundamental. Those ceremonies, those rituals that tourists imagine when they picture ancient Egypt, were the public face of an institution whose real work happened elsewhere, in chambers where the incense never reached, where the chanting stopped and the actual labor began. The labor of watching the sky night after night, recording the movement of stars with precision that wouldn't be matched in Europe. for thousands of years. The labor of calculating, of maintaining records that stretched back through centuries, of performing surgeries that required understanding human anatomy in ways that contradict our assumptions about ancient medicine. The labor of teaching the next generation everything they would need to know to continue this work after their teachers were dead. To become a high priest of Amun at Karnak required approximately 30 years of education. 30 years. Not the 5 to 7 years of a modern doctorate, but 3 full decades of intensive study before you were considered ready to occupy the highest religious position in what was effectively Egypt's second capital. This wasn't because ancient Egyptians were slow learners, or because the curriculum was padded with nonsense. It was because what they were learning was vast, complex, and required mastery that couldn't be rushed. A priest needed to read and write in hieroglyphic, hieratic, and eventually demotic script, 3 entirely different writing systems, each with its own grammar and usage contexts. He needed to memorize thousands of religious texts, not just their words, but their proper pronunciation. Because Egyptian religious practice believed that words had power, and saying them incorrectly could be worse than not saying them at all. He needed to understand astronomy well enough to predict lunar cycles, stellar positions, and the flooding of the Nile, which was itself tied to the heliacal rising of Sirius. He needed mathematics advanced enough to calculate temple construction, land surveys after the annual floods, and the complex economic accounting required to manage temple estates that were among the wealthiest institutions in Egypt. Beyond these basics, and they were basics, specializations diverged. The priests of Heliopolis, the ancient center of solar worship, were primarily astronomers. Their temple contained what Greek visitors later called the greatest astronomical archive in the world, records of celestial observations spanning hundreds of years, predictions of eclipses, and star charts that sailors and travelers relied upon. When Greeks came to Egypt to study, they came to Heliopolis. Plato reportedly spent 13 years there. Pythagoras studied there. These weren't pilgrimages to pray before statues. These were educational journeys to learn from men who possessed knowledge the Greek world had not yet developed independently. At Hermopolis, the priests of Thoth, the god of wisdom, writing, and measurement, were renowned for their geometric and mathematical expertise. Thoth wasn't just a mythological figure to these men. He was the personification of principles they used every day, the divine representation of measurement, calculation, and proportion. His priests designed buildings, solved engineering problems, and taught mathematics to scribes who would go on to work in administrative positions throughout Egypt. The title Priest of Thoth functioned almost like a professional certification, a signal to anyone who encountered it that the bearer possessed advanced technical knowledge. In Memphis, the priests who served in the temple of Imhotep, the deified architect and physician, were medical specialists. Imhotep had lived thousands of years before, but his cult maintained a tradition of medical knowledge that included surgical procedures, pharmacology using plants and minerals, and diagnostic techniques that required understanding how the body functioned. Prescriptions preserved on papyri show knowledge of antibiotics through moldy bread, pain management through opium derivatives, and anatomical understanding that could only have come from direct observation, possibly including dissection, though evidence for that remains disputed. This specialization points to something crucial. The priesthood wasn't a monolithic institution, but a network of knowledge domains, each temple complex serving as a center of expertise in specific fields. And access to this knowledge was controlled with the same care that modern institutions use to protect proprietary information or classified research. You couldn't simply show up at Heliopolis and demand to see the astronomical archives. You needed introduction, recommendation, proof that you had the prerequisite knowledge to even understand what you were looking at. The education system that produced priests functioned as a filter, taking decades to complete precisely because it allowed the institution to observe students over time, to assess not just their intellectual capacity, but their character, their discretion, their suitability to be trusted with knowledge that was considered powerful and potentially dangerous. The encoding of technical knowledge within religious symbolism served multiple purposes. It protected information from those who might misuse it. It provided a framework for remembering complex concepts without writing. Crucial in an era when papyrus was expensive and vulnerable to destruction. And perhaps most importantly, it created a situation where the knowledge was simultaneously public and secret, carved on the temple walls where anyone could see it, yet incomprehensible to anyone who hadn't been trained to decode what the symbols actually represented. A relief showing a god holding specific objects in a specific posture might look like religious art to an ordinary Egyptian. To a trained priest, it might encode a mathematical proportion, an astronomical alignment, or a medical procedure. The same image functioned on multiple levels, revealing different information depending on what the viewer had been taught to recognize. The Greeks who visited Egypt were astounded by this system. Herodotus wrote about Egyptian priests with a mixture of respect and frustration, noting that they knew things Greek scholars had only theorized about, but that getting them to explain anything was nearly impossible. They answered questions with stories, with myths that seemed to obscure rather than clarify. Only later, after years of study, did Greek students begin to understand that the myths were the explanation, that the story of Osiris being dismembered and reassembled encoded principles of resurrection and renewal that applied to agriculture, to astronomy, to medicine, to multiple domains simultaneously. The mythology wasn't a primitive attempt to explain the world. It was a sophisticated encoding system, a way to preserve and transmit complex information across generations in a form that was simultaneously durable and restricted. This raises an uncomfortable question for modern archaeology. If the priesthood was indeed encoding advanced knowledge within religious symbolism, and if they were doing so deliberately to restrict access to that knowledge, then simply translating the hieroglyphs isn't enough to understand what the texts actually say. You need to know what you're looking for. You need to understand the encoding system itself, the layers of meaning, the context in which certain symbols represented technical information rather than religious concepts. And if that knowledge was transmitted orally within the priesthood, if it was part of the 30-year education that left no written curriculum, then it may be effectively lost. We can read the words, we can translate the sentences, but we might be missing entirely what they actually meant to the people who wrote them, the technical information they were designed to preserve. We're looking at a library, but we've lost the key to understanding how it's organized and what it actually contains. Hieroglyphic writing is already complicated enough if you approach it the way most people do, as a straightforward ancient script where symbols represent sounds or concepts. But that understanding barely scratches the surface of what the system actually was. A single hieroglyph could function in multiple ways simultaneously. It could be a picture of what it depicted. It could represent a sound, like a letter in an alphabet. It could stand for an entire concept unrelated to its visual form. It could serve as a determinative, a sign that told you how to interpret the word that came before it. The same symbol in different contexts could mean entirely different things. And understanding which meaning applied required not just knowledge of vocabulary, but deep familiarity with grammar, religious context, historical period, and regional variation. Learning to read hieroglyphs at a basic level might take years. Learning to read them the way a trained priest could read them, understanding all the layers, all the potential meanings, all the subtle indicators that shifted interpretation, could take decades. But the priesthood didn't stop at this already formidable level of complexity. They developed what modern scholars call cryptographic hieroglyphs, variant signs used deliberately to obscure meaning even from people who could normally read hieroglyphic texts. These weren't errors or regional dialects, they were intentional encryption, the ancient equivalent of classified information that required special clearance to access. The variants followed patterns, suggesting systematic methods rather than random obfuscation. But the patterns themselves remain only partially understood. The Temple of Esna contains some of the most bizarre hieroglyphic inscriptions ever discovered. The texts there use signs that appear nowhere else in the entire corpus of Egyptian writing. Unique symbols, familiar symbols combined in unprecedented ways, and what appear to be entirely invented characters that resist translation because we have no other examples to provide context. Egyptologists have been photographing, copying, and studying these inscriptions for over a century. Some sections remain essentially undeciphered, not unclear or ambiguous, actually untranslated, because we don't know what the symbols mean. The standard academic explanation is that these are late-period elaborations, priests showing off their creativity by inventing unnecessarily complex variants of standard religious formulas. But that explanation requires us to believe that priests spent enormous time and effort creating inscriptions that were deliberately difficult to read, for no reason other than aesthetic experimentation. It requires us to believe they did this consistently, across multiple temple sites, following patterns that suggest systematic encryption rather than random creativity. At Dendera, there's a ceiling covered in what was long dismissed as decorative astronomical art. Zodiac figures, star patterns, the kinds of imagery you'd expect in a temple dedicated to celestial observation. In 2003, a mathematician named Richard J. R. Gillings decided to analyze the spacing and relationships between the figures rather than just cataloging what they depicted. What he found was unsettling. The arrangement wasn't decorative. It was a calculation, a mathematical operation, encoded in the spatial relationships between symbols, their sizes, their distances from each other. The calculation involved techniques that, according to the established timeline of mathematical history, wouldn't be formalized until Hellenistic Greece, more than 1,000 years after Dendera was built. Specifically, it required understanding of algebraic principles that historians claim the Egyptians never developed. Either Gillings was wrong, and multiple mathematicians have since verified his analysis, or the ceiling at Dendera contains mathematical knowledge that contradicts what we think we know about Egyptian capabilities. This pattern appears elsewhere. The so-called enigmatic writing, found in multiple temples, combines hieroglyphs with geometric patterns in ways that look purely decorative until someone with the right background examines them and realizes they're functional. They encode information, astronomical data, geometric ratios, medical procedures described symbolically. The writing becomes a picture, becomes a diagram, becomes a formula, all simultaneously, all accessible to someone trained to see the different layers, but invisible to someone looking at it casually. It's elegant and deeply frustrating to modern researchers, because even when we suspect we're looking at encoded information, decoding it requires understanding the system itself, the rules that govern the encoding. And those rules were apparently transmitted orally within the priesthood, rather than being written down in convenient instruction manuals. Then, there's the phenomenon of palimpsest knowledge, where later inscriptions were carved directly over earlier ones. The standard explanation is that stone was valuable and reuse was practical, that later dynasties simply recycled older temple walls for their own texts. But in some cases, the overwriting was done with suspicious care. The earlier text wasn't obliterated. It was obscured but preserved, visible beneath the later carving if you know how to look, if you use the right lighting, if you understand that what appears to be a later religious formula is actually a dual-layer text where the earlier inscription modifies or contextualizes the later one. Why would you do this unless you were trying to preserve information while simultaneously hiding it from casual observation? Unless you wanted future initiates, people with the training to recognize what they were looking at, to be able to recover knowledge that you were encoding for them across centuries. Recent computational linguistic analysis has added another layer to this mystery. When researchers started applying pattern recognition algorithms to large databases of hieroglyphic texts, looking for statistical regularities and structural patterns, they found something unexpected. Certain texts, particularly those from temple archives rather than public monuments, show characteristics consistent with compression algorithms, systematic methods for encoding large amounts of information in compact form. The texts aren't just recording information, they're compressing it, using symbol combinations that function like mathematical notation, where a single glyph or glyph combination might represent an entire concept or dataset. This would have required sophisticated understanding of information theory, the kind of mathematical thinking that computer scientists use when developing efficient encoding systems. It suggests that the priesthood wasn't just preserving knowledge, they were developing methods to maximize the amount of information they could preserve in stone, creating databases carved into temple walls where we've been looking at the data for centuries without recognizing it as data rather than text. The implications are staggering. We have tens of thousands of hieroglyphic inscriptions, photographed, documented, stored in archaeological databases around the world. We've translated most of them at a basic level. We know what the words say in a literal sense. But if those inscriptions are multi-layered encodings, if they contain mathematical, astronomical, medical, or other technical information hidden within what appears to be religious formula, then we've been reading these texts the way a child reads poetry, understanding the surface meaning but missing the deeper layers that require sophisticated interpretation to access. The temples are libraries, yes, but libraries written in a code we've only partially broken, preserving knowledge that someone went to extraordinary lengths to both record and restrict. And the most important information, the knowledge deemed most sacred or most dangerous, might still be there on the walls we've documented thousands of times, waiting for someone to finally understand what they're actually looking at. Stand in the outer colonnade of Luxor Temple and count the columns. 365. Exactly 365, the precise number of days in a solar year. You could dismiss this as coincidence, an accident of design where the architect happened to use that number for purely aesthetic reasons. But then you measure the distances between those columns using the ancient Egyptian royal cubit, the standard unit of measurement the builders would have used, and something remarkable emerges. The spacing corresponds, with uncanny precision, to the orbital periods of the 5 planets visible to the naked eye: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, not approximately, not close enough to suggest symbolic representation, precisely enough that modern astronomers, checking the calculations, have found themselves staring at numbers that match current measurements of planetary orbits to a degree that should not have been possible without telescopes and centuries of continuous observation. This is architecture functioning as data storage, as a permanent record of astronomical knowledge encoded in physical form. Stone doesn't burn like papyrus. It doesn't decay like wood. It can't be destroyed by a single flood or fire or war. Even if every priest who understood the encoding died, even if the entire civilization collapsed, the information remains, waiting in the proportions and relationships between structural elements for someone who knows how to read them. The temples weren't just places where knowledge was discussed or taught. They were the knowledge itself, frozen in stone, designed to outlast dynasties and preserve information across timescales that human institutions rarely survive. The astronomical alignments are the most obvious examples because they're verifiable with the modern instruments. The Temple of Karnak aligns with the winter solstice sunrise. Abu Simbel's inner sanctuary receives sunlight on 2 specific days each year, dates that correspond to significant astronomical events in the ancient calendar. Dendera Temple aligns with specific stars that were important to Egyptian cosmology. These alignments required sophisticated surveying, mathematical calculation, and astronomical knowledge. But they also required a decision to encode that knowledge permanently in architecture rather than simply recording it in texts. Why build it in unless you were concerned about the survival of the information itself? Unless you understood that written records were vulnerable in ways that monumental stone architecture was not? The redundancy is particularly telling. Multiple temples encode the same astronomical data in their orientations and proportions. Karnak, Luxor, Dendera, Edfu. Each contains overlapping information, the same calculations expressed in different architectural forms. This isn't ritual repetition. This is deliberate redundancy, the same principle that modern data systems use when they maintain backup copies of critical information in geographically distributed locations. If one temple was damaged or destroyed, the knowledge it contained would survive in others. If political upheaval or foreign invasion disrupted one priesthood's ability to maintain their traditions, other temple complexes could preserve and potentially restore what was lost. Some of the measurements are more controversial but equally precise. Researchers have found that certain distances between architectural elements, when scaled up by specific factors, correspond to astronomical distances. The Earth-Moon distance, the relative positions of planets, even the diameter of the Earth itself. Critics argue these are coincidences amplified by selective measurement and mathematical manipulation. But the counter-argument is straightforward. How many precise coincidences are required before coincidence stops being the most probable explanation? When multiple measurements, using the same scaling factors, using the construction units the builders actually employed, consistently produce astronomically significant numbers, dismissing it all as accident requires its own form of faith. The acoustic properties add another dimension. The inner chambers of certain temples produce specific resonant frequencies when sound is introduced. Not random echoes or general reverberation, but precise tones that correspond to harmonic intervals. The chamber beneath the Temple of Dendera, when mapped with modern acoustic equipment, shows resonant properties that would be difficult to achieve accidentally with ancient construction methods. The frequencies produced relate mathematically to each other in ways that suggest intentional design. Whether this was purely for ceremonial effect, creating impressive sonic experiences during rituals, or whether it indicates something more sophisticated, possibly understanding of how sound could be used for practical purposes, remains debated. But the precision is undeniable. The Osirion at Abydos presents a different kind of architectural mystery. It sits behind the Temple of Seti Verth, but its construction style is radically different. Massive granite blocks fitted together with such precision that modern masons struggle to explain the techniques used. The Orthodox dating places it in the New Kingdom, contemporary with the temple in front of it. But the architectural style resembles Old Kingdom construction, particularly the Valley Temple at Gizeh, suggesting it's either far older than officially claimed or was built by people deliberately using ancient techniques for reasons we don't understand. Its purpose is equally mysterious. A structure built around a central platform surrounded by water channels, with chambers that seem designed for specific but unclear functions. It doesn't fit the pattern of known Egyptian architecture, and attempts to explain it within conventional frameworks always leave uncomfortable questions unanswered. These structures were encyclopedias, not in the modern sense of books filled with articles, but as monuments where the architecture itself contained the information. The proportions taught mathematics. The alignments taught astronomy. The acoustic properties taught principles of sound and perhaps other physics. The redundancy across multiple sites taught the importance of preservation and distributed storage of critical knowledge. And someone would have had to understand all of this to create it. Not just the knowledge being encoded, but the principles of how to encode knowledge in architecture in ways that would remain readable across millennia. What exactly did they know that required this extraordinary effort to preserve it? What knowledge was so crucial that it demanded permanent, monumental encoding in the largest, most durable structures human civilization had yet produced? In the Temple of Isis at Dendera, carved into stone around 50 BCE, there's a circular representation of the night sky. Egyptologists have studied it for decades, cataloguing the zodiac figures, the familiar constellations, the arrangement of celestial bodies. It's beautiful and obviously sophisticated, a testament to Egyptian astronomical observation. But in the 1990s, when astronomers began using computer software to reconstruct precisely what the sky looked like on specific dates in antiquity, they decided to check the Dendera carving against the actual astronomical positions for 50 BCE. What they found was accuracy that exceeded reasonable expectation. The carving wasn't approximately correct or symbolically representative. It was precise. Stars were positioned exactly where they would have been. planetary positions matched. But more troubling, the carving showed stars in positions that would have been completely invisible to naked eye observation. Stars too dim, too close to the horizon, or obscured by atmospheric conditions that should have made them impossible to see without optical assistance that didn't exist. The Egyptian calendar itself was a remarkable achievement, one that surpassed anything developed in Mesopotamia or early Greece. They used a 365-day year, divided into 12 months of 30 days each, plus 5 additional days they called epagomenal, days outside the normal calendar, considered sacred and slightly dangerous. This calendar was accurate enough that it only drifted 1 day every 4 years, relative to the actual solar year. The Romans later borrowed and refined this system into the Julian calendar, which with minor modifications became the calendar most of the world uses today. But the Egyptians had it millennia earlier, which required long-term observation, mathematical calculation, and institutional continuity to maintain and refine. More impressive was their awareness of precession. The Earth's axis wobbles like a spinning top over approximately 26,000 years, causing the position of stars to shift very slowly against the background of the sky. This movement is so gradual that it's nearly imperceptible within a single human lifetime. You need either centuries of careful record-keeping, comparing ancient observations with current positions, or sophisticated theoretical understanding of celestial mechanics to even know precession exists. The Greeks are usually credited with discovering precession around 130 BCE, when Hipparchus compared his observations with those made by earlier astronomers and noticed the drift. But Egyptian texts reference this phenomenon much earlier, describing the ages of the world in terms of which constellation rises heliacally with the sun at the spring equinox. A description that only makes sense if you understand precession and view it as a long-term cycle affecting the relationship between Earth and the fixed stars. Temple alignments provide even more puzzling evidence. Karnak's main axis aligns with the winter solstice, but the alignment is perfect, not for when the temple was built, but for a date hundreds of years earlier. Either this is coincidence, or the builders were accounting for precession, deliberately aligning the structure to commemorate or reference an earlier astronomical configuration. Some temples show evidence of being realigned over time, with older foundations oriented differently from later construction, suggesting multi-generational projects where each phase updated the orientation to account for stellar drift. This requires institutional knowledge lasting centuries, careful record-keeping, and commitment to astronomical precision that exceeded any practical religious requirement. The pyramid texts, carved inside Old Kingdom pyramids, contain astronomical references that have proven controversial. When astronomers used precession calculations to determine what the sky looked like from Giza at different periods in history, they found that certain star shafts in the Great Pyramid aligned perfectly with important stars, not from 2500 BCE when the pyramid was officially built, but from around 10,500 BCE. The orthodox explanation is that this is either coincidence or that the Egyptians chose to align their structures with where stars had been in the distant past for symbolic reasons. The alternative explanation, that the structures are far older than dynastic Egypt, or that dynastic Egyptians were deliberately preserving knowledge of astronomical configurations from the distant past, is academically controversial but mathematically consistent with the alignments themselves. Temple inscriptions occasionally describe what appear to be specific astronomical events: solar eclipses, planetary conjunctions, unusual stellar phenomena. When researchers have back-calculated these events using modern astronomical software, they found that many descriptions match actual events that occurred on dates the Egyptians recorded. A text from the reign of Thutmose III describes what sounds like a total solar eclipse, with details about the corona and the darkness at midday. Astronomical calculation confirms there was indeed a total solar eclipse visible from Thebes during his reign, on a date that matches other historical evidence from his chronology. This validates both the Egyptian dating system and their observational accuracy. But some inscriptions describe events that should have been invisible. References to planetary movements that would have required tracking Mars or Jupiter across weeks or months, distinguishing them from stars, not by their brightness, but by their movement against the fixed stellar background. This requires systematic observation, record-keeping across time, and an understanding that planets were fundamentally different from stars, that they were wandering bodies moving through the cosmos rather than fixed points of light. Greek astronomers eventually figured this out, but the Egyptians seem to have known it earlier, embedded in texts that casually reference planetary positions as if this was common knowledge among the educated class. There are stranger references still. Texts that describe what might be meteor showers, regular annual events where stars fall from the sky in specific seasons. Descriptions of what could be comets, though the symbolic language makes interpretation difficult. And most puzzling, occasional references to astronomical cycles that are far longer than any human lifetime. Cycles of thousands of years, described with specific numbers that, when checked against modern astronomical models, turn out to be accurate. How did they know? How did a civilization without computers, without telescopes, without the accumulated observations of a global scientific community, determine cycles that we only confirmed through theoretical physics and space-age observation? The conventional answer is patient, multi-generational observation program maintained by the priesthood. Centuries of watching the sky, recording positions, passing knowledge from master to student, building up a database of astronomical information through pure dedication and institutional continuity. This is plausible and probably accounts for much of what they knew. The priesthood did maintain observational programs, they did keep records, they did train successors in astronomical observation techniques. But this explanation struggles with the precision. Naked eye observation has limits. Atmospheric distortion, human error, the simple impossibility of seeing certain stellar positions from ground level. These should have created inaccuracies, gaps in knowledge, phenomena that remained mysterious because they were physically unobservable with the technology available. Yet the accuracy persists. Star positions that require telescopic confirmation, planetary cycles that require mathematical modeling, knowledge of precession that requires either millennia of continuous observation or theoretical understanding of gravitational mechanics that wasn't formalized until Newton. Either the Egyptians were better observers than should have been possible with their instruments, or they had theoretical frameworks we don't fully understand, or they inherited knowledge from a source we haven't identified. Each explanation creates its own problems, its own questions that resist comfortable answers. What is certain is that their astronomical knowledge was profound, systematic, and encoded permanently in temple architecture, carved into stone, built into the very proportions of structures designed to preserve that knowledge across timescales that would dwarf the lifespan of any papyrus scroll or individual memory. They knew the sky in ways that continue to surprise modern astronomers when they actually check ancient Egyptian claims against computational models. And if they knew this much about astronomy, what else did they know that we've dismissed as mythology or symbolism without bothering to test whether it might be accurate observation encoded in religious language? The Moscow mathematical papyrus sits in the Pushkin Museum, a fragile strip of ancient paper covered in hieratic script and geometric diagrams. Dating to around 1850 BCE, it contains 25 mathematical problems with their solutions. Most are straightforward, calculating areas, dividing grain, determining quantities. But problem 14 is different. It asks, calculate the volume of a truncated pyramid, a pyramid with its top cut off, leaving a flat upper surface. The solution provided is correct, using a formula that modern students learn in advanced geometry. But here's what makes it unsettling. That formula requires understanding that wouldn't be formally expressed in mathematical notation until Hellenistic Greece, nearly 2,000 years later. The papyrus doesn't just approximate the answer. It provides the exact method, the precise calculation, expressed geometrically without algebraic notation, but mathematically identical to the formula a modern engineer would use. So how did they know? The standard narrative of Egyptian mathematics portrays it as purely practical, a utilitarian system developed to solve real-world problems, surveying fields after floods, calculating grain storage, determining brick quantities for construction. Early historians of mathematics dismissed it as primitive, lacking the theoretical sophistication of Greek mathematics that would follow. But this narrative has eroded steadily as researchers actually examined what the Egyptians were doing, rather than assuming they were intellectually limited because they didn't use notation systems we recognize. The Rhine Mathematical Papyrus, our most comprehensive source for Egyptian mathematical knowledge, contains problems that have no apparent practical application. Calculations involving abstract geometric shapes. Number problems that seem designed as intellectual exercises. Sequences and patterns explored for their own sake. This suggests mathematical thinking that went beyond immediate utility, that investigated relationships and principles theoretically even if they didn't formalize those investigations in treatises the way Greeks later would. Then there's the implementation of mathematical constants that shouldn't exist in a culture with supposedly elementary mathematics. The Great Pyramid's dimensions encode pi with startling accuracy. The ratio of the pyramid's perimeter to twice its height equals pi to several decimal places, far more precise than the rough approximation that might occur by accident. Skeptics argue this is coincidence, that the Egyptians used a rolling measurement method that accidentally incorporated pi without understanding it. But this explanation requires believing they accidentally achieved precision that would be impressive even if intentional, and that they did so repeatedly across multiple structures. The golden ratio appears everywhere in Egyptian art and architecture. The proportions of temple facades, the relationships between chamber dimensions, the spacing of columns. Mathematical analysis consistently reveals phi, approximately 1.618, governing spatial relationships. The human figures in Egyptian art, when measured carefully, follow golden ratio proportions in their body segments. Critics claim this is the human eye naturally preferring these proportions, that artists stumbled into them aesthetically. But the consistency is suspicious. The same ratios appear in contexts where aesthetics seem irrelevant, in the positioning of internal structural elements, in the relationships between foundation dimensions and overall heights, in spatial divisions that aren't visible to observers, but appear when structures are surveyed precisely. Fibonacci sequences and logarithmic spirals appear in hieroglyphic decorative patterns and architectural ornamental designs. These mathematical structures describe growth patterns found throughout nature. The spiral of nautilus shells, the arrangement of seeds in cornflowers, the proportions of spiral galaxies. Egyptian artists and architects incorporated them into designs in ways that suggest they understood these weren't just pretty patterns, but expressions of fundamental mathematical principles that governed natural form. Whether they understood these principles the way modern mathematicians do, whether they had symbolic notation to describe them remains unclear. What's clear is they could implement them with precision that requires some form of mathematical understanding. The calculation of curved surfaces presents another mystery. Several papyrus problems involve determining the volumes of objects with curved surfaces, spheres, hemispheres, curved granaries. The solutions provided are accurate, requiring methods that resemble integration. The calculus concept of breaking curved surfaces into infinitesimal flat sections and summing them. The Egyptians obviously weren't doing calculus in the modern sense. They had no symbolic notation for derivatives or integrals. But they arrived at correct answers for problems that formally require calculus, suggesting they had geometric intuitions or methods that achieved the same results through different reasoning. Some astronomical calculations reveal traces of base 60 mathematics, the sexagesimal system famously used by the Sumerians and later inherited by Babylonian astronomy. Egyptian mathematics typically use base 10, the decimal system we still use. But certain astronomical papyri show calculations divided into 60s, suggesting either cultural exchange with Mesopotamia or independent development of sexagesimal counting for astronomical purposes, where base 60 offers advantages for dividing time and angles. This raises questions about knowledge networks in the ancient world, about how much the great civilizations were in communication, sharing mathematical and astronomical discoveries despite vast distances and different languages. The absence of symbolic notation is perhaps the most puzzling aspect. Modern mathematics is unthinkable without algebra, without formulas that express relationships abstractly. We write equations, manipulate symbols, derive new relationships from existing ones. The Egyptians left no evidence of this kind of symbolic thinking. Their mathematical texts show problems and solutions, numbers and operations, but no algebraic expressions. Yet they solved problems that seemed to require algebraic reasoning. The consensus explanation is that they thought geometrically, using visual and proportional reasoning where we use symbolic manipulation. They could see mathematical relationships spatially that we express algebraically. This is possible. Geometry and algebra are ultimately different languages describing the same mathematical reality, but it requires attributing to them sophisticated geometric intuition, the ability to visualize complex mathematical relationships in ways that might actually exceed modern mathematicians who rely on equations. The engineering implications are obvious. If you understand complex geometry If you can calculate volumes of irregular shapes, if you can implement irrational numbers through proportional methods, if you can work with logarithmic spirals and golden ratios, then you can design and construct buildings of extraordinary sophistication. You can align structures astronomically with precision. You can create proportions that are simultaneously structurally sound and aesthetically harmonious because you understand the mathematical principles underlying both. This knowledge wasn't accidental, wasn't stumbled upon through trial and error. It was systematic, teachable, preserved across generations through the priesthood's educational system. And it enabled engineering achievements that continue to puzzle researchers who understand modern construction techniques but struggle to imagine accomplishing the same results with ancient tools and methods. How did they do it? Perhaps the better question is, what did they know about mathematics that we've forgotten? That got lost when their geometric thinking was replaced by symbolic algebra, when their proportional methods were superseded by equations. In the Temple of Hathor at Dendera, if you stand in the hypostyle hall and look up, you'll see granite blocks forming the ceiling. Each block weighs approximately 60 tons. 60 tons of solid granite quarried from Aswan hundreds of miles away, transported to Dendera, somehow lifted 20 feet into the air and placed with such precision that after more than 2,000 years, there are no cracks in the stone and no visible stress fractures in the columns supporting them. Modern structural engineers who've studied the temple admit the stress calculations are problematic. The weight distribution, the load-bearing capacity of the columns given their dimensions, the absence of any apparent reinforcement. By contemporary engineering standards, there should be evidence of strain, settling, microfractures in the stone. But there isn't. The blocks sit exactly where they were placed millennia ago, bearing loads that seem to exceed what the supporting architecture should handle, defying expectations based on our understanding of stone stress and structural limitations. This isn't an isolated case, but a pattern visible throughout Egyptian temple construction. Massive stones placed with precision that challenges explanation. The unfinished obelisk at Aswan remains where ancient workers abandoned it, still partially attached to the bedrock, offering a rare glimpse into quarrying methods. It weighs approximately 1,200 tons. The surface shows tool marks, grooves, channels, areas where workers were cutting into granite using techniques we still don't fully understand. Bronze tools, the standard explanation, shouldn't be capable of cutting granite efficiently. Bronze is softer than granite. It should deform, wear down, become useless after minimal contact with such hard stone. Yet somehow workers carved this massive obelisk and hundreds of others that were successfully completed, using tools that materials science suggests were inadequate for the task. The precision of stone fitting adds another layer to the mystery. At Karnak, at Luxor, in temple after temple, massive blocks are joined together with tolerance measured in fractions of millimeters. The joints are so tight that paper cannot be inserted between stones. Modern stonemasons, using diamond-tipped tools and laser measurement systems, find this level of precision difficult to achieve consistently across structures of this scale. The blocks aren't just placed close together. They're fitted with complex interlocking joints, angled surfaces that distribute weight and resist lateral movement, three-dimensional puzzle pieces that somehow were carved, transported, and assembled into configurations that have survived earthquakes, floods, and millennia of environmental stress. The granite drilling is perhaps most puzzling to engineers. Core samples extracted from granite blocks show spiral drilling patterns, evidence that something was rotating under pressure, cutting into one of the hardest stones available. The cores themselves are perfectly cylindrical, showing consistent drilling rates that imply steady pressure and cutting speeds that seem impossibly fast for hand-operated tools. Engineers have attempted to replicate this using bronze tools with sand as an abrasive, the conventional explanation for how it was done. The results are disappointing. The process is slow, inefficient, and produces irregular cores that don't match the clean, uniform examples extracted from ancient sites. Either the ancient Egyptians had exceptional patience and skill, far exceeding modern attempts, or they had tools or techniques that haven't survived in the archaeological record. Transportation of massive stones presents challenges that resist comfortable solutions. Obelisks weighing hundreds of tons were moved from quarries at Aswan to sites at Luxor, Karnak, and even to the Mediterranean coast. The conventional explanation involves sledges, rollers made from logs, large teams of workers pulling with ropes, and perhaps water or oil to reduce friction. Experimental archaeology has demonstrated that these methods can work for smaller stones over shorter distances. But scaling up to the massive obelisks, across hundreds of miles, over terrain that includes river crossings and elevation changes, the practical challenges multiply. Modern engineering companies, when asked how they would move a 400-ton obelisk today, acknowledge it would require specialized equipment, careful planning, and significant risk. That ancient workers accomplished this routinely, with multiple obelisks transported successfully, suggests methods more sophisticated or effective than simple brute force. The most spectacular challenge is the raising. Once transported, these massive obelisks had to be lifted from horizontal to vertical positions and placed on pedestals with precision. The Lateran obelisk in Rome, originally from Karnak, weighs over 450 tons. It was raised in ancient Egypt, transported to Rome by ship, and raised again there in 1588. A feat that required Renaissance engineering, multiple attempts, and enormous effort even with relatively advanced technology. How did ancient workers do this repeatedly? Apparently without catastrophic failures that would have left broken obelisks scattered around temple sites. Ramps and counterweights are proposed, but the scales involved make engineers uncomfortable. The precision required, the risk of disaster, the absence of evidence for the massive temporary structures that would be necessary. Each aspect of the conventional explanation requires assumptions that strain credibility when examined in detail. Some researchers have proposed that the temples themselves served as construction machines, that architectural features functioned as lifting guides, that water channels could have been used for flotation or hydraulic leverage, that acoustic properties might have been understood and applied in ways we've lost. These ideas remain speculative, lacking direct evidence, but they reflect the genuine puzzle that Egyptian construction presents. Modern engineers, looking at these achievements, don't dismiss them as impossible. But many admit they don't fully understand how they were accomplished with the tools and methods attributed to ancient workers. The metallurgical question persists. Could they produce bronze alloys harder than we assume? Ancient texts occasionally reference specialized metalworking techniques, alloys with properties that don't match our reconstructions of ancient metallurgy. Chemical analysis of bronze tools that have survived sometimes shows unusual compositions, trace elements that might have enhanced hardness, though not to degrees that would explain cutting granite efficiently. It's possible that metallurgical knowledge was more sophisticated than the simple bronzes we typically associate with that era. That specific formulations were developed for specific purposes and later lost when iron replaced bronze as the primary metal for tools. What remains certain is that these structures exist. They weren't theoretical exercises or exaggerations in ancient texts. They're physical reality. Stones weighing tons fitted together with precision, suspended in configurations that challenge our assumptions, created by people using methods we can only partially reconstruct. If this is what they built, what did they know about engineering, about materials, about construction methods that we've forgotten or never discovered? And why, if these techniques were so effective, did they apparently disappear, replaced by methods that in some ways seem less capable than what preceded them? Rome wasn't built in a day, the saying goes. But according to the archaeological record, Egypt almost was, somewhere around 3,200 years before Christ. Something extraordinary happened along the banks of the Nile. A civilization appeared. Not gradually, not through the slow, messy process we see in other cultures. It simply emerged, already sophisticated, already complete, as if someone had flipped a switch and turned on one of history's greatest civilizations at full brightness. The timeline is what disturbs researchers. In the pre-dynastic period, the centuries before unified Egypt, we find exactly what you'd expect. Scattered agricultural settlements, simple mud brick homes, basic pottery, stone tools, a Neolithic farming culture, unremarkable compared to dozens of others developing across the ancient world. Then, within a historically brief period, we find the first dynasty, and suddenly everything is different. There's hieroglyphic writing, monumental stone architecture, a sophisticated religious system with complex mythology, an administrative structure capable of organizing thousands of workers, artistic conventions that would remain virtually unchanged for 3,000 years, professional specialization, trade networks, medicine, mathematics, astronomy. The gap between what came before and what appears after is not a gap at all. It's a canyon. Consider the Nama palette, one of our earliest records of unified Egypt. It's a ceremonial stone carving depicting King Nama, possibly the legendary Menes who united Upper and Lower Egypt. The palette dates to approximately 3100 BCE, right at the beginning of the first dynasty. But here's what's unsettling. The artistic style is already mature. The symbolic conventions, the hieroglyphs, the proportions and perspectives, all of it appears fully developed, following rules that would govern Egyptian art for millennia. There are no awkward early attempts, no experimental phases, no visible learning curve. It's as if the artists already knew exactly what Egyptian art should look like before they created the first examples. But nothing is more puzzling than the writing itself. Hieroglyphic script appears in the archaeological record around 3200 BCE, and when it appears, it is not simple. We're not talking about basic pictograms or counting marks. We're talking about a complete writing system with hundreds of distinct symbols, combining logographic elements with phonetic components, capable of expressing complex abstract concepts, governed by sophisticated grammatical rules. It exists from the moment we first find it as a fully functional communication system. Compare this to Sumerian cuneiform. which we can actually watch evolving over centuries. Simple counting tokens become pictographic tablets. Pictographs gradually become abstract wedge-shaped marks. The system develops visible stages. You can see the human experimentation, the trial and error, the slow refinement. It looks like what you'd expect, people inventing writing. The Egyptian system does not. It appears complete, as if imported rather than invented. Egyptologists haven't answered to this, of course. The evidence of development simply hasn't been found yet. Egypt's climate, they argue, or the specific locations where writing first developed, or the materials early Egyptians wrote on. Something has prevented the survival or discovery of the transitional examples that must exist. It's a reasonable hypothesis. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. But with each passing decade, as excavation techniques improve and surveys expand, that explanation becomes harder to maintain with full confidence. We've now had more than a century of intensive archaeological work in Egypt. We've found villages, pottery, tools, burials. We've excavated pre-dynastic sites across the Nile Valley. Yet the transitional evidence for writing development remains absent. The primitive hieroglyphs, the experimental phases, the clumsy early attempts, none of it has appeared. And it's not just writing. The same pattern applies to architecture, to art, to religious concepts. Egyptian civilization seems to emerge with its core features already in place. Then there are the dating questions that make some researchers deeply uncomfortable. Geological evidence, particularly weathering patterns, tells a story that doesn't quite match the conventional timeline for certain structures. The Sphinx, for instance, shows erosion patterns that some geologists argue are consistent with prolonged water weathering, the kind caused by rainfall, not wind and sand. But Egypt's climate has been arid for thousands of years. The last period of substantial rainfall in the region ended around 10,000 years ago. If those geologists are correct about the weathering patterns, the Sphinx would need to be far older than the conventional date of around 2500 BCE. The same questions apply to the Valley Temple and certain other structures built with the same massive limestone blocks, showing similar weathering. The conventional explanation is that the weathering has been misinterpreted, or that underground moisture and other factors can explain the patterns without requiring an earlier date. But the debate hasn't been resolved, and the questions haven't gone away. And then there are the Egyptians' own claims about their history. Their king lists and temple inscriptions don't begin with Mene or Narmer. They begin thousands of years earlier with dynasties of gods and demigods who ruled before mortal kings. Later Egyptian texts reference these prehistoric times, sometimes called the Septepi, the first time. An ancient golden age when gods walked the earth, when knowledge was given to humanity, when the foundations of civilization were laid by beings from somewhere else. Modern scholarship treats these references as mythology, origin stories that every culture creates to give themselves divine pedigree. And perhaps that's all they are. But the Egyptians themselves seem to believe their civilization had roots extending far deeper into the past than the archaeological record currently shows. They saw themselves not as inventors, but as inheritors, preserving knowledge handed down from an earlier time. The question remains uncomfortably open. Where did Egyptian civilization come from? If it developed locally through normal cultural evolution, why can't we find evidence of that evolution? If it was influenced by contact with another advanced culture, who were they and where did they go? If the timeline is wrong and some elements are older than currently accepted, how much older, and what does that mean for our understanding of human history? These aren't questions with clear answers. They're not even questions with satisfying partial answers. They're genuine mysteries, the kind that make archaeologists shift uncomfortably when pressed. The kind that get deflected with reminders about the limitations of the archaeological record and the dangers of speculation. But the mystery deepens when you look at what the Egyptians themselves said about their origins. Because buried in their texts and temple inscriptions are references to something or someone that came before. Knowledge keepers, wisdom givers, beings who brought civilization and then disappeared, leaving behind only memories and fragmentary records that would eventually become myth. The Egyptian gods were not distant, abstract deities dwelling in some unreachable heaven. They were teachers, architects, engineers, inventors who walked among humans, shared knowledge, established civilization, and then departed, leaving behind instructions that would echo through millennia. At least, that's what the Egyptians themselves insisted. The king lists present Egyptian history in a way that makes modern historians uncomfortable. The Turin Papyrus, fragmentary but precious, doesn't begin with Menes or Narmer. It begins with dynasties of gods, actual divine rulers who supposedly governed Egypt during the Zep Tepi, the first time, an ancient epoch before human kings claimed the throne. The Palermo stone follows the same pattern. Gods first, ruling for impossibly long periods, thousands of years each. Then comes a transitional era. The followers of Horus, beings described as semi-divine, part god and part human. Only after these intermediate rulers do we finally arrive at mortal pharaohs with names we recognize and dates we can verify. Early Egyptologists dismissed all of this as pure mythology. Creation stories, religious fiction designed to give pharaohs divine legitimacy by connecting them to the gods. And perhaps that's all it is. But there's something curious about how consistently and seriously Egyptian historical texts treat these earlier periods. They're not presented as symbolic preludes or poetic metaphors. They're presented as history, the beginning of a chronological sequence that leads directly to the dynasties we know existed. Some researchers now wonder if these texts represent something else. Distorted memories of actual events, knowledge bearers from a period or culture now lost, transformed over centuries of retelling into the gods of mythology. Not supernatural beings, perhaps, but advanced humans whose achievements seemed so far beyond normal capability that later generations could only explain them as divine intervention. Consider Thoth. In Egyptian tradition, he is the inventor of writing, mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. But the way he's described is revealing. He doesn't discover these things through experimentation or gradual insight. He brings them, fully formed, as gifts to humanity. Hieroglyphics aren't developed under his guidance. They're delivered, complete and functional, in a single moment of divine instruction. The Egyptians didn't claim to have invented their writing system. They claimed Thoth gave it to them, perfect and unchangeable, which is why altering hieroglyphic conventions would have seemed not just wrong, but sacrilegious. If you were an ancient Egyptian encountering a writing system whose origins your culture couldn't explain, whose complexity seemed beyond human invention, how would you explain it? You'd say a god created it, not because you were primitive or superstitious, but because it was the only framework available for understanding knowledge that appeared to have no human source. Then there's Imhotep, one of history's most fascinating figures. He was demonstrably real, a historical person who lived during the Third Dynasty, serving Pharaoh Djoser around 2600 BCE. He was an architect, physician, and polymath, credited with designing the step pyramid at Saqqara, one of Egypt's earliest stone monuments. But something extraordinary happened over the centuries after his death. Imhotep was elevated to divine status. By the late period, he was worshipped as a god of wisdom and medicine, placed alongside Thoth himself as a knowledge bringer. This transformation suggests something important about Egyptian thinking. The line between human genius and divine knowledge giver was blurry. Exceptional humans who possessed knowledge beyond normal understanding could become indistinguishable from gods in cultural memory. If Imhotep could achieve this deification within recorded history, what about figures from periods before records existed? Might the gods of the Septepi have been originally exceptional humans whose achievements seemed magical to those who came after? Osiris too fits this pattern. He's associated not just with death and resurrection, but with agricultural knowledge and the foundations of civilization. He taught humans to cultivate crops, establish laws, build communities, the fundamental skills that separate civilization from nomadic existence. In the mythology, he brings these innovations suddenly, transforming human society. Before his murder and transformation into the Lord of the Underworld. Again, the pattern. Knowledge appears complete, delivered rather than developed. And Egypt is not unique in this. Across the ancient world, cultures describe similar figures. The Sumerians spoke of the Apkallu, wise beings who emerged from the sea to teach humanity before a great flood. Mesoamerican traditions reference Quetzalcoatl or Viracocha, bearded knowledge bringers who arrived mysteriously, taught civilization, and departed with promises to return. Asian traditions have their own culture heroes and divine teachers. The details vary, but the structure is remarkably consistent. Advanced beings appear, share knowledge, establish the foundations of civilization, then vanish, leaving humans to continue what was started. This global pattern raises uncomfortable questions. Is it simply universal mythology? Humans everywhere creating similar stories to explain cultural development? Or does it reflect something else? Distorted memories of actual knowledge transmission events, perhaps contact with a more advanced culture now forgotten? Or were these stories the only way ancient peoples could explain knowledge that was already ancient to them, whose origins were lost, even in their own distant past? Egyptian priestly texts add another layer to the mystery. Initiates into temple mysteries were described as learning. The secrets taught by Thoth. Not discovering new knowledge, but being taught old knowledge. The priests saw themselves as preservers of ancient wisdom, guardians of teachings handed down from the time of the gods. Their role was not innovation, but conservation, maintaining and transmitting knowledge whose source lay somewhere in the unreachable past. To the Egyptians, they were inheritors, not inventors. Students of divine teachers who had long since departed. Whether those teachers were actual beings, symbolic representations of gradual development, or metaphorical explanations for mysteries they couldn't solve. The Egyptians believed their civilization rested on foundations they themselves hadn't laid. And if that belief had any basis in reality, if there were actual knowledge sources predating Egyptian civilization, then somewhere, buried beneath sand, sealed in hidden chambers, waiting in locations not yet excavated, there might be evidence, physical proof of what came before, records left by the teachers themselves. The question is no longer just about origins. It's about what might still be hidden, waiting to be found. The Hall of Records. To some, it's nothing more than a modern myth, New Age fantasy dressed in Egyptian costume. To others, it's the most important archaeological discovery waiting to be made. A hidden library beneath the sands containing comprehensive records of a civilization that existed before Egypt, before the flood, before history as we currently understand it began. The legend persists because the Egyptians themselves encouraged it. Ancient texts reference sealed chambers and hidden libraries. Temple inscriptions describe secret knowledge preserved in underground vaults, accessible only to the highest priests. The concept of deliberately hidden wisdom, encoded and concealed against future catastrophe, isn't a modern invention. It's documented in Egyptian sources. The most famous version of the Hall of Records legend places it beneath the Sphinx. This specific claim gained traction largely through Edgar Cayce, the American mystic who in the 1930s described in trance readings a vast chamber between the Sphinx and the Nile River, containing records of Atlantis and prehistoric human civilization. Cayce predicted it would be discovered before the end of the 20th century. It wasn't, which discredited the specific prediction, but didn't eliminate the broader question it raised. Might there be hidden chambers beneath the Giza Plateau? The answer, according to modern geological surveys, is yes. There are. Ground-penetrating radar and seismic studies conducted over the past 3 decades have revealed numerous anomalies beneath the plateau. Voids, chambers, passages that don't appear on any architectural plan. In 1997, a comprehensive survey detected a large rectangular cavity, approximately 30 feet below the surface, positioned between the Sphinx and the Pyramid of Khafre. The chamber appeared substantial, potentially large enough to contain thousands of scrolls or stone tablets. Egyptian authorities acknowledged the detection. Then they sealed the survey area, announced no excavation would be permitted, and released no further information. 28 years later, that chamber remains unopened. This pattern repeats across Egypt. Surveys identify underground anomalies. Excavations begin, then halt. Results are never published. Access becomes restricted. Official explanations cite structural concerns, political sensitivities, or administrative delays, but the effect is the same. Chambers that modern technology confirms exist remain unexplored, their contents unknown. Zahi Hawass, Egypt's most prominent archaeologist and former Minister of Antiquities, has overseen multiple surveys near the Sphinx using ground-penetrating radar. His team has confirmed cavities exist beneath the monument. But when pressed about excavation, responses become vague. Technical challenges are mentioned. Preservation concerns. The risks of disturbing ancient structures. All legitimate considerations, certainly, but ones that don't fully explain why sites proven to contain underground chambers receive no further investigation. At various temple sites, Karnak, Luxor, Abydos, recent surveys have located subterranean chambers sealed since antiquity. Some are documented in archaeological reports, but classified as awaiting further study. a designation that can last decades. Others are mentioned briefly, then disappear from official literature, leaving only references in technical papers that few people read and fewer understand. The reasons for caution are real. Egypt's political situation makes the control of archaeological discoveries sensitive. Foreign archaeologists excavating beneath Egyptian national treasures raises questions of sovereignty and cultural heritage. The technical challenges of excavating beneath structures thousands of years old, some already unstable, are formidable. There's always the risk that underground chambers contain nothing but collapsed rubble and water damage, making excavation expensive and disappointing. But there's another possibility, one that Egyptian priests themselves prepared for. If you belong to a priesthood that maintained vast libraries of accumulated knowledge, astronomical observations, mathematical principles, historical records, religious texts, medical understanding, and if you believed catastrophe might come, that dynasties might fall, that invaders might burn your temples, what would you do? You'd create backups, hidden repositories, chambers sealed and concealed, designed to survive surface destruction, accessible to future initiates who knew where to look and how to enter. Multiple Egyptian texts describe exactly this practice. The Book of Thoth, referenced in various sources, was supposedly hidden in a chamber accessible only through a series of nested sealed boxes protected by guardians and curses. The pyramid texts mention sealed houses of books. Temple inscriptions at Edfu describe libraries concealed beneath the temple floor, containing records dating to the time of the gods. These aren't modern interpretations or speculative readings. They're explicit statements in ancient sources describing hidden knowledge repositories as an established practice, a sacred duty of the priesthood to ensure wisdom survived whatever catastrophes the future might bring. And now, modern technology confirms that sealed chambers exist beneath sites we've studied for centuries. Chambers that haven't been opened. Spaces that might contain nothing, or might contain everything. Records that could rewrite our understanding of Egyptian origins, human development, and the depth of ancient knowledge. The surveys continue. Ground-penetrating radar improves. More anomalies are detected. But excavation remains forbidden or delayed, creating a new generation of mysteries more frustrating than the old ones. We know the chambers are there. We know their approximate size and location. We simply don't know what they contain, because no one is allowed to look. What's down there that warrants such caution? What knowledge might rest beneath the sand, waiting in darkness, preserved by priests who understood that the most important secrets needed protection, not just from thieves, but from time itself? The chambers exist. The question is no longer whether there are hidden spaces beneath Egypt's temples. The question is what they're hiding and why. After all these years of knowing they're there, no one has been permitted to find out. The answer might lie not in surveying new sites, but in examining more closely the temples we already know. Places where underground chambers aren't just legend or radar anomaly, but documented architectural features that have been staring us in the face for decades. Places like Dendera, where the crypts go deeper than anyone expected, and where the ceiling tells a story that shouldn't be possible. Most Egyptian temples sit flat against the earth, their mysteries contained in columns and courtyards open to the sky. But the Temple of Hathor at Dendera is different. Beneath its stone floors lies something almost no other temple possesses. A network of chambers that burrow deep into the bedrock, spreading outward like roots beneath a tree. These aren't simple basements or storage pits. They form a true labyrinth, a three-dimensional maze of passages and rooms extending across multiple levels. Archaeologists have documented at least 14 separate crypts, though some believe more remain undiscovered, sealed behind walls or buried under centuries of debris. To enter these spaces is to leave the world of sunlight and ceremony behind. The passages are narrow, often requiring visitors to crawl on hands and knees through tunnels barely wide enough for shoulders. The air is cool and still, carrying a faint mineral smell that speaks of stone and time. Once inside a crypt, the ceiling height becomes the first thing you notice. Most chambers offer just enough vertical space to stand if you're careful not to lift your head too quickly. It's an oppressive geometry, designed to make you feel small, enclosed, aware of the millions of tons of limestone pressing down from above. And every surface, walls, ceilings, even the floors in some chambers, is covered with hieroglyphic inscriptions and carved images, meticulously detailed despite being buried in darkness where almost no one would see them. The orthodox explanation for these crypts is straightforward. They were storage facilities, places where priests kept valuable temple property safe from thieves and invaders. Gold ritual objects, precious fabrics, sacred oils, ceremonial weapons, these would need secure locations, and underground chambers with narrow defensible entrances would serve that purpose well. According to this interpretation, the elaborate decorations simply catalogue what was stored in each room, a kind of ancient inventory system carved in stone. The images show priests carrying ritual objects, depictions of gods associated with temple treasures, and hieroglyphic labels identifying contents. But this explanation begins to crack under scrutiny. Consider the effort required to create these spaces. Each crypt was carved from solid limestone, chiseled away by hand in an era before explosives or power tools. The amount of labor involved in excavating 14 chambers, some large enough to hold dozens of people, represents years of work by skilled stonecutters. If the goal was simply storage, why not build surface structures guarded by priests and soldiers? Why invest such tremendous resources in underground construction when simpler solutions existed? Then there's the ventilation system. Despite being carved deep into solid rock, these crypts remain breathable even today. Air flows through them via channels cut into the stone with remarkable precision, ensuring circulation without creating obvious openings that would compromise security. This level of engineering suggests the chambers were designed for extended human occupation, not merely for storing inert objects. Someone anticipated that people would spend significant time in these spaces, working or studying in conditions that required fresh air and stable temperatures. Inside several crypts, archaeologists discovered curious features carved directly into the stone floors and walls. These appear to be work surfaces. Flat platforms at convenient heights, shallow depressions that might have held materials or tools, and grooves that suggest something was repeatedly placed and removed from specific positions. These aren't features you'd expect in a storage room. They imply activity, processes being carried out, tasks being performed in these hidden chambers, far from observing eyes. The entrances themselves tell a revealing story. They're not just narrow, they're ingeniously designed to be sealed and defended. Most could be blocked by a single large stone, turning each crypt into an impregnable vault. Some passages include sharp turns that would prevent intruders from seeing what lay beyond. And several chambers have secondary exits suggesting the occupants wanted escape routes. This level of security architecture goes far beyond protecting gold jewelry or ceremonial cups. It speaks to something of extraordinary value, something whose loss or theft would represent a catastrophe for the priesthood. Early archaeologists who explored these crypts in the 19th and early 20th centuries found themselves puzzled. They catalogued what they found, sketched the images, copied the inscriptions, but their notes reveal a persistent uncertainty about purpose. These weren't tombs, no bodies, no canopic jars, none of the standard funerary equipment. They weren't simple storage, too elaborate, too carefully designed, too extensively decorated. Several explorers noted the unusual nature of the imagery, describing scenes that didn't fit standard religious iconography, but lacked the framework to interpret what they were seeing. Alternative theories have emerged over decades of study. Perhaps these were laboratories where priests conducted experiments in chemistry, medicine, or materials science, mixing compounds and testing preparations away from public view. The work surfaces and ventilation would support this interpretation. Or they might have been libraries, climate-controlled environments where papyrus scrolls containing advanced knowledge could be preserved in stable conditions, protected from moisture, heat, and the deterioration that claimed so many ancient texts. The extensive inscriptions might represent a permanent record of the knowledge contained in those scrolls, carved in stone as a backup against the fragility of organic materials. Some researchers suggest initiation chambers, spaces where priests underwent training in the secret knowledge that formed the core of temple mysteries. The oppressive atmosphere, the elaborate imagery, the isolated location, all would serve the psychological purpose of transformation, creating an environment where initiates could be taught doctrines and techniques the priesthood wanted kept from the general population. Others propose workshops where sacred objects were crafted using specialized techniques, places where the priesthood manufactured items whose creation process was itself a guarded secret. What remains undisputed is this: Dendera is unique. No other Egyptian temple possesses anything comparable to this underground complex. Whatever purpose these crypts served, it was important enough to justify extraordinary effort, sophisticated enough to require specialized architecture, and secret enough to demand security that has kept the chambers hidden from casual view for millennia. And on their walls, among the standard religious imagery and hieroglyphic texts, are carvings that have sparked one of the most heated debates in alternative archaeology. Images that some interpret as impossible, as evidence of knowledge that shouldn't exist in ancient Egypt. The images are carved into the walls of Crypt 5, one of the smallest and most securely hidden chambers in the Dendera complex. They show large, elongated objects with rounded ends, bulb-shaped forms that dominate the compositions. Inside each bulb is what appears to be a wavy line or serpentine shape extending from one end to the other. Human figures flank these objects, their hands positioned as if supporting or manipulating them. Beneath the bulbs are pillar-like structures that look remarkably like insulators. Most striking of all, thick braided lines connect the bulbs to rectangular box-shaped objects sitting on the ground. To anyone unfamiliar with Egyptology, the resemblance to electrical lighting schematics is immediate and difficult to dismiss. The orthodox interpretation is clear, and fits comfortably within established frameworks. These are not light bulbs. They are symbolic representations of the Djed pillar and the lotus flower, core elements of Egyptian creation mythology. The bulb shape represents the lotus from which the sun god Ra emerged at the moment of creation. The serpentine form inside is not a filament, but a snake deity, specifically the god who represents the life force emerging from primordial darkness. The human figures are priests, performing ritual gestures associated with these mythological concepts. The pillar beneath is the Djed, symbol of stability and the backbone of Osiris. The braided cables are artistic representations of energy or divine power flowing through the ritual scene. This interpretation has substantial support. Similar symbolic depictions appear elsewhere in Egyptian art, and the hieroglyphic inscriptions accompanying the images reference creation myths and solar deities, not illumination or power. Yet the debate refuses to die, and for reasons that deserve examination rather than dismissal. The visual similarity to modern electrical devices is not vague or subjective. It's precise and detailed. Electrical engineers who've examined the carvings have noted the presence of elements that correspond to functional components in actual lighting systems. The bulb shape isn't just rounded. It has the proportions of a Crookes tube, an early form of electric discharge lamp. The internal serpentine line follows the path a plasma discharge would take inside such a device. The pillar beneath the bulb resembles ceramic insulators used in electrical systems to prevent current from grounding. The braided cables look exactly like bundled copper wires, and the box-like objects at the base match the size and shape of primitive batteries or power sources. In 1992, Walter Gahn, an electrical engineer with no background in archaeology, visited Dendera as a tourist. He spent 3 hours studying the carvings in Crypt 5. When he emerged, he made a statement that caught archaeologists off guard. He said he was looking at a functional schematic diagram, something he could replicate using the specifications shown in the carving. The archaeologists accompanying him were amused, treating his interpretation as the enthusiasm of a layperson misunderstanding symbolic art. But Gahn pursued the idea. He constructed a device based on the Dendera images, using only materials that would have been available to ancient Egyptians: copper, iron, naturally occurring chemicals, and simple containers. According to his account, the device produced light through an electrical discharge. He documented his experiment, though mainstream researchers have neither replicated his work nor engaged seriously with his methodology. The location of these carvings adds another layer to the mystery. They're not in public areas or temple walls exposed to daylight. They're in underground crypts where darkness would have been absolute. To carve these elaborate, detailed images in such spaces would have required sustained artificial light. Torches are the obvious answer. Yet the ceilings of these crypts show no soot deposits, no carbon scoring, none of the blackening that inevitably results from burning oils or resins in enclosed spaces. The stone remains clean despite thousands of years. Either the artisans worked by reflected light through an elaborate mirror system, possible but enormously difficult in such confined quarters, or they possessed some form of artificial illumination that didn't produce the smoke. This absence of soot isn't unique to Dendera. Other Egyptian temples contain chambers and passages so deep and poorly ventilated that torch use would have been dangerous, if not impossible. Yet their walls display intricate paintings and detailed carvings that required clear visibility during creation. Some passages in the Valley of the Kings descend hundreds of feet into solid rock, with decorations extending the entire length. Working in such conditions with only firelight should have left unmistakable traces. The lack of such traces has puzzled researchers for decades. Ancient texts add curious details to this puzzle. Several papyri reference temples being illuminated from within, describing light that didn't flicker or smoke. These are usually dismissed as poetic language, referring to divine presence rather than literal illumination. But the language is sometimes oddly specific, mentioning chambers that glowed without fire, light that could be controlled by priests, and special knowledge required to create this effect. Hieroglyphic inscriptions at Dendera itself include phrases that, when translated literally rather than symbolically, describe illumination, power, and the transmission of energy, terminology that fits awkwardly with purely mythological interpretation. Engineers who've studied the broader context of Egyptian metallurgy have noted other anomalies. Copper objects found in temple ruins sometimes show configurations that serve no obvious decorative or ritual purpose, but could theoretically function as electrical components. Coils, stacked plates separated by insulators, arrangements that resemble primitive capacitors. These objects are catalogued and stored, but rarely analyzed for possible technological rather than ceremonial function. The central objection to any electrical interpretation is obvious and substantial. If Egyptians possessed even rudimentary electrical knowledge, where's the supporting infrastructure? Where are the generators, the widespread use of this technology? The evolution of electrical devices through Egyptian history. Why would such a revolutionary capability appear briefly and then vanish without influencing the broader culture? These are legitimate questions that any alternative theory must address. One possible answer involves secrecy and restriction. If electrical knowledge existed, it may have been the exclusive possession of the priesthood, used only for specific purposes within temple contexts, and deliberately kept from the general population. Ancient Egyptian society was highly stratified, with knowledge compartmentalized by class and function. The priesthood guarded its technical expertise jealously, and many temple practices were forbidden to outsiders. If limited electrical capability was achieved and used exclusively for temple illumination or ritual effects, it might never have entered the archaeological record in ways we'd easily recognize. The devices would be rare, confined to specific locations, and possibly dismantled or destroyed when temples were abandoned or invaded. This doesn't prove ancient Egyptians had electricity. The evidence remains circumstantial. The alternative explanations remain possible, and the burden of proof lies with those making extraordinary claims. But dismissing these questions entirely may be premature. The Dendera carvings present visual and contextual anomalies that deserve investigation rather than reflexive rejection. Whether they depict mythology or technology, they reveal something about Egyptian capabilities and intentions that mainstream archaeology hasn't fully explained. And they're not the only mystery Dendera contains. Above ground, in the temple's ceiling, another artifact has generated equally intense debate. One that suggests Egyptian astronomical knowledge may have been far more sophisticated than we've assumed. Above ground, in a small chapel on the roof of the Dendera temple, there once existed an artifact so remarkable that Napoleon's forces made sketches of it. Scholars fought over its implications, and eventually the French simply removed it and shipped it to Paris. The Dendera zodiac now resides in the Louvre, a circular bas-relief roughly 8 feet across, carved in sandstone with a level of detail that reveals its importance to whoever commissioned it. This isn't decorative art. It's a functional representation of the night sky. A star map, carved in stone, that contains information layered so densely that researchers are still extracting meaning from it 2 centuries after its rediscovery. The circular format itself is unusual for Egyptian art, which typically favored rectangular compositions. Within this circle, 12 zodiac constellations appear in recognizable forms: Taurus the bull, Leo the lion, Scorpio with its distinctive tail. These are accompanied by Egyptian constellations, figures that represent star groups in the indigenous astronomical tradition. Planetary symbols occupy specific positions, and around the outer edge, 36 figures represent the decans, star groups that rise at 10-day intervals throughout the year, used by Egyptians for timekeeping and calendar calculations. The entire composition forms an integrated celestial reference, combining Greek zodiacal systems with native Egyptian astronomical knowledge in a synthesis that reflects the Ptolemaic period when Greek and Egyptian cultures merged. When European scholars first studied the zodiac in the early 19th century, it created immediate controversy. Attempts to date the artifact by calculating when the stars would have appeared in the depicted positions produced results that seemed impossible. Some calculations suggested dates thousands of years before Egyptian civilization existed, challenging biblical chronology that placed creation itself around 4000 BCE. Academic battles erupted, with religious authorities condemning the zodiac as forgery or misinterpretation, while others argued it proved human civilization was far older than scripture allowed. The intensity of this debate reflected how much was at stake. Not just archaeological dating, but fundamental assumptions about human history and religious authority. Modern consensus dates the physical carving to approximately 50 BCE, during the Ptolemaic period, based on architectural style, tool marks, and historical context. This dating is secure and largely uncontroversial among mainstream researchers. But this creates an interesting distinction: the date the zodiac was carved versus the date of the astronomical knowledge it represents. The carving itself may be 2,000 years old, but the information it contains could have been accumulated over millennia, passed down through generations of priest astronomers, and finally rendered in stone during the Ptolemaic era. What makes the zodiac fascinating beyond its artistic achievement is its precision. When astronomers compare the stellar positions shown in the carving to computer-generated sky maps, the accuracy is remarkable. This isn't approximate or symbolic. Specific stars and constellations occupy positions that match calculated celestial coordinates with minimal error. The zodiac also appears to record specific astronomical events. Researchers have identified what seems to be a solar eclipse and depicted in the carving. An eclipse that can be dated to 51 BCE through independent astronomical calculation. This suggests the zodiac wasn't created as pure mythology, but incorporated observational data from actual skywatching. The most intriguing feature involves precession, the slow wobble of Earth's axis that causes stellar positions to shift over cycles lasting roughly 26,000 years. Some researchers examining the zodiac have argued that certain features suggest awareness of precession, that the carving shows the sky not just as it appeared in 50 BCE, but incorporates knowledge of how positions change over vast time periods. Specifically, the constellation Draco appears in a position it would have occupied not in the Ptolemaic period, but thousands of years earlier. When astronomers calculated when Draco would have been in that exact position, they arrived at a date around 10,500 BCE, 7,500 years before the temple existed. The orthodox explanation treats this as coincidence, artistic choice, or symbolic, rather than literal representation. But the precision of other elements in the zodiac makes this explanation feel incomplete. The mathematical sophistication required to create this circular star map extends beyond simple observation. Converting the three-dimensional celestial sphere into a two-dimensional circular projection requires understanding angular relationships, coordinate systems, and geometric transformation. The zodiac functions not just as art, but as an astronomical tool, potentially used for calculating dates, predicting festivals, or teaching initiated priests about celestial mechanics. Similar circular star charts appear in other temples, suggesting this wasn't unique to Dendera, but represented a standardized system of knowledge preservation shared across the Egyptian priesthood. What remains unclear is purpose. Was this purely ceremonial, meant to sanctify the chapel by connecting it to cosmic order? Was it a functional reference, consulted by priests when calculating religious calendar dates? Or was it pedagogical, a teaching tool for transmitting astronomical knowledge to new generations of initiates? Perhaps all three purposes coexisted. The zodiac serving multiple functions within temple life. What's certain is that whoever created it possessed astronomical knowledge of considerable depth, mathematical ability to render that knowledge accurately, and institutional support to undertake such an ambitious project. And Dendera isn't alone in containing such mysteries. Other temples across Egypt hide their own peculiarities, structures whose purpose and construction continue to generate debate among researchers who can't fully explain what they're seeing. Behind the magnificent temple of Sedi at Abydos, accessible only through a descending passage that drops steeply into the earth, lies a structure that shouldn't exist. Not in the sense that it defies physics, but in the sense that it defies everything we understand about when and how ancient Egyptians built their monuments. The Osirion remained hidden until the early 20th century, buried beneath 50 feet of accumulated sand and silt, invisible from the surface. Archaeologists working on Seti Thurston's temple noticed passageways at the rear that descended at sharp angles into darkness. Following these passages, they discovered something that left them genuinely bewildered. A massive architectural complex, constructed on a scale and in a style unlike anything else at the site. What emerged from excavation was a structure built from megalithic blocks of red granite. Individual stones, weighing up to 100 tons, fitted together with precision that requires no mortar. The central hall is surrounded by enormous pillars, each carved from a single piece of granite, standing in what appears to have been designed as a symbolic island. Channels surrounding the central platform would have been filled with water, creating the impression of architecture emerging from a primordial sea. The ceiling, where it still exists, rests on these massive pillars without visible support beams or reinforcing elements. Everything about the Osirion speaks to a construction philosophy focused on mass, permanence, and simplicity. massive stones, doing the work through sheer size and careful placement, rather than through elaborate engineering. What makes the Osirion truly strange is what it lacks. There are no inscriptions identifying who built it or why. No decorative reliefs showing Seti wine performing rituals or making offerings to gods. No painted scenes depicting mythology or history. The walls are bare stone, the pillars undecorated, the architecture speaking only through form and mass. This absence is profoundly unusual for anything built during the New Kingdom, a period characterized by elaborate decoration and extensive textual documentation. Egyptian pharaohs didn't build anonymous monuments. They covered their structures with cartouches, titles, and scenes establishing their piety and legitimacy. Yet the Osirion offers nothing, just silent stone configured in ways that create questions rather than answers. The orthodox interpretation assigns the Osirion to Seti Wisfan, dating it to the 13th century BCE. According to this view, it was built as a cenotaph, a symbolic tomb designed to connect the pharaoh to Osiris, god of the underworld and resurrection. The water channels represent the primordial ocean from which creation emerged in Egyptian mythology. The massive granite blocks and stark simplicity were deliberate choices meant to evoke ancient times and sacred origins. Despite its unusual features, the structure is considered contemporary with Seti Dhiu's adjacent temple, built by the same workforce using techniques appropriate to the period, simply executed in a deliberately archaic style. This interpretation faces immediate problems. The architectural style shares nothing with other 19th dynasty structures. Seti Wanwi's temple, built literally adjacent to the Osirion, uses completely different construction methods. The temple employs sandstone blocks of manageable size, covered with detailed reliefs and extensive hieroglyphic texts. Its construction technique is standard for the New Kingdom. Rectangular blocks stacked in courses, joints filled with mortar, surfaces prepared for decoration. The Osirion uses none of these approaches. It's built from granite rather than sandstone, employs megalithic construction rather than coursed masonry, and shows no preparation for decoration. If the same pharaoh commissioned both structures and the same workforce built them, why would they use entirely different materials, techniques, and aesthetic principles separated by a few dozen feet? Geological evidence adds another layer to the mystery. The Osirion shows signs of water erosion that suggest sustained exposure to flowing or standing water over extended periods. The stone surfaces display weathering patterns consistent with repeated wetting and drying cycles, not merely the filling of channels for ritual purposes, but prolonged immersion or exposure to environmental conditions where water was abundant and persistent. The New Kingdom period was relatively dry in this region of Egypt. There's no evidence of sustained flooding or high water tables that would produce the erosion patterns visible on the Osirion's stones. If it was built when attributed, the water damage requires an explanation that hasn't been convincingly provided. The excavating archaeologists themselves initially reached conclusions that contradicted later official dating. When they first exposed the structure, they sent communications describing it as tremendously ancient, possibly predating dynastic Egypt entirely. The architectural style, the construction techniques, the geological condition, all suggested to them that they were looking at something far older than the adjacent temple. Only after consultation with senior Egyptologists in Cairo was the dating revised. The structure hadn't changed. The evidence hadn't changed. But the interpretation shifted to align with established chronology that placed all major Egyptian monuments within the dynastic period. The telegram sent from the excavation site told one story, the published reports told another. This revision wasn't based on new evidence, but on theoretical necessity. The Osirion had to date to Seti I's reign, because the alternative implications were too disruptive to accepted history. Alternative theories propose that the Osirion may be genuinely ancient, built during a period when the Egyptian climate was wetter, and construction techniques were different from those of the dynastic era. Perhaps it was built thousands of years before Seti was, during a time when megalithic construction was the dominant architectural approach, when craftsmen had the knowledge and social organization to move 100-ton blocks, but hadn't yet developed the decorative traditions of later periods. Seti I may have discovered this ancient structure, recognized its sacred significance, and incorporated it into his temple complex without understanding who originally built it or when. This would explain why he built his temple adjacent to it, creating a physical connection, while using completely different construction methods appropriate to his own era. This interpretation treats the Osirion as a remnant of something older, a structure that survived from an earlier period of Egyptian or pre-Egyptian civilization. It suggests that what we call ancient Egypt may contain layers of construction spanning far greater time depths than the conventional 3,000-year dynastic chronology allows. It implies that megalithic construction wasn't merely an early dynastic technique, but potentially predated dynastic Egypt entirely, representing an earlier architectural tradition that later dynasties couldn't fully replicate and didn't entirely understand. The debate over the Osirion's age matters because it touches fundamental questions about technological progression and cultural continuity. The standard narrative presents Egyptian civilization as developing over time, growing more sophisticated through the dynasties, accumulating knowledge and refining techniques. But if the Osirion is genuinely ancient, it suggests a different pattern: periods of advanced capability followed by decline or loss, with later dynasties building among the ruins of predecessors whose techniques they couldn't match. The presence of 100-ton granite blocks precisely fitted without mortar, supposedly erected by a 19th dynasty pharaoh, becomes harder to accept when that pharaoh's verified works use entirely different and arguably less impressive methods. Abydos contains more than architectural mysteries. The temple complex preserves other anomalies, carvings that have generated intense controversy and wildly divergent interpretations. These images have become internet sensations, cited as evidence for everything from time travel to ancient astronauts, dismissed by archaeologists as misunderstandings of common phenomena, and analyzed by everyone with theories about Egypt's past. Whether these carvings represent genuine mysteries or simple palimpsests, they've captured public imagination in ways that reveal how deeply people want to believe that ancient Egypt was stranger and more advanced than conventional scholarship allows. On a limestone beam in the Temple of Seti I at Abydos, approximately 15 feet above the floor in the main hypostyle hall, there exists a series of carvings that have generated more internet traffic than perhaps any other Egyptian hieroglyphs. Photographed thousands of times, analyzed by enthusiasts and skeptics alike, these images present shapes that to modern eyes look unmistakably like vehicles. A helicopter with clearly defined rotor blades, what appears to be a submarine or aircraft fuselage, and several other forms suggesting advanced machinery. The resemblance is not vague or symbolic. These look like technical diagrams of modern technology, carved into stone 33 centuries ago. The standard archaeological explanation is straightforward and has substantial evidence supporting it. These are palimpsest carvings, the result of modification and re-inscription spanning multiple reigns. During Seti I's reign, hieroglyphs were carved into this beam as part of the temple's original decoration. Later, when Ramesses II assumed power, he followed common practice by modifying his predecessors' monuments to include his own names and titles. The original Seti I inscriptions were covered with plaster, and new hieroglyphs were carved into this surface. Over centuries, environmental conditions caused the plaster to deteriorate and fall away in irregular patterns, exposing portions of the underlying Seti I carvings while leaving sections of the Ramesses II layer intact. The overlapping images, viewed together through gaps in the plaster, create forms that coincidentally resemble modern vehicles. This process of plastering and recarving is well documented throughout Egyptian monuments. It's not speculative but demonstrable, with clear evidence of this practice visible in multiple locations within the temple complex. Pareidolia, the tendency of human perception to see meaningful patterns in random or ambiguous stimuli, provides additional explanation. We see faces in clouds, animals in rock formations, and technology in abstract shapes because our brains are wired to recognize familiar patterns, even when they don't objectively exist. Given thousands of modified and weathered hieroglyphs across hundreds of temples, statistical probability suggests that some combinations will accidentally resemble modern objects simply by chance. From this perspective, the Abydos carvings represent nothing more than the inevitable result of selective attention applied to a large enough dataset. People notice the one beam that looks like a helicopter and ignore the thousands that don't. Yet the controversy persists, and dismissal alone doesn't fully address why. The resemblance to specific vehicle types is remarkably precise. The helicopter shows what appears to be a rotor assembly, a tailboom, and proportions matching actual helicopter design. Adjacent to it are forms suggesting a submarine with a conning tower and what looks like an aircraft with wings and fuselage. These aren't generic machine-like shapes, but detailed representations matching specific vehicle categories. Photographs taken from different angles and under various lighting conditions consistently show these forms. They're not artifacts of a single viewing angle or photographic trick, but appear consistently regardless of how you examine them. Some researchers have argued that even accounting for the palimpsest explanation, reconstructing the original Seti I hieroglyphs beneath the overlaps produces unusual symbols that don't appear elsewhere in Egyptian writing. If we digitally separate the two carving layers, the underlying forms would have to be extremely atypical hieroglyphs, raising questions about why Seti I's scribes would use such unconventional symbols in a prominent temple location. This doesn't prove the vehicle interpretation, but suggests the palimpsest explanation may be incomplete or more complex than commonly presented. The Abydos carvings exist within a broader context of anomalous artifacts that continue to generate debate. The Saqqara bird, discovered in 1898, is a wooden object from approximately 200 BCE shaped like a bird with wings and a vertical tail fin. To most observers, it's simply a ceremonial bird figure or child's toy. But aeronautical engineers who've examined it note that its proportions and wing configuration suggest an understanding of aerodynamic principles, specifically the use of a vertical stabilizer for flight control, a feature that wouldn't be reinvented until modern aviation. Scale models based on the sakura bird have reportedly achieved gliding flight, though these experiments remain controversial and disputed. Other small artifacts defy easy explanation. Mysterious copper objects with coil-like configurations, stone pieces with precisely drilled holes showing tool marks that don't match known ancient drilling techniques, and metallic items whose alloy compositions suggest metallurgical knowledge more advanced than conventionally attributed to their period. Each has orthodox explanations: ceremonial objects, products of natural processes, misidentified materials. Yet, collectively, they create a pattern of objects whose purposes and creation methods remain partially mysterious, despite confident dismissals. This raises an epistemological question that goes beyond specific artifacts. At what point does coincidence require probability calculation? If one wood-beathered carving resembles a helicopter, that's clearly coincidence. But the Abydos beam shows not one but multiple vehicle-like forms, all in sequence, all suggesting different types of advanced machinery. If we calculated the probability of this occurring by pure chance, specific overlapping patterns, creating multiple detailed representations of different modern vehicle types in close proximity, what would that probability be? Mainstream archaeology treats each resemblance as independent coincidence, but our brains naturally aggregate improbable events and start questioning the coincidence explanation when too many accumulate in one location. The core tension isn't whether ancient Egyptians actually saw helicopters. Almost no serious researcher argues for time travel or anachronistic technology. The tension is between dismissive certainty and intellectual humility about what we don't know. When archaeologists say these are definitely just coincidental overlaps and anyone seeing vehicles is engaging in wishful thinking, they're making a stronger claim than the evidence supports. A more measured response would acknowledge the visual resemblance, explain the palimpsest process, but admit that some details remain puzzling, and the explanation, while probably correct, contains gaps we haven't fully addressed. The persistence of these controversies reveals something about the gap between expert consensus and public perception. People look at these images and trust their eyes. They see helicopters because the shapes genuinely resemble helicopters. And being told it's coincidence feels like gaslighting when the resemblance is so specific. Better communication would acknowledge the validity of the observation while explaining the processes that created it, rather than dismissing observers as naive or credulous. And it would recognize that alongside clearly explained anomalies like the Abydos carvings, there exist genuine mysteries. Artifacts whose function and creation we cannot fully explain with current knowledge of ancient technology. In the storage facilities of the Cairo Museum, and in the corners of less visited temples, there exist objects that quietly challenge comfortable assumptions about ancient Egyptian technical capabilities. These aren't famous artifacts drawing crowds or featured in documentaries. They're utilitarian items, vessels, containers, boxes, that reveal their mysteries only upon close examination. And what that examination reveals is precision that modern craftspeople struggle to explain, let alone replicate using the tools and techniques conventionally attributed to ancient Egypt. Stone vessels represent perhaps the most widespread and consistently anomalous category. Thousands have been recovered from various periods of Egyptian history, many predating the dynastic era entirely. They're carved from extremely hard stone, granite, diorite, or basalt, materials that rank high on the mole's hardness scale and resist cutting with anything softer than themselves. These vessels feature walls often less than 2 millimeters thick, perfectly circular openings, and symmetrical curves suggesting they were produced with rotational symmetry, as if turned on a lathe. Internal cavities sometimes exceed the diameter of the opening significantly, creating hollow forms that expand inside the stone. Some vessels have internal angles and undercut sections that cannot be accessed through the neck opening with any straight tool. Modern stone workers examining these vessels express genuine puzzlement about manufacturing methods. Creating similar objects today would require precision lathes, diamond-tipped cutting tools, and sophisticated measuring instruments to maintain uniform wall thickness. The ancient Egyptians supposedly used copper tools and stone abrasives. But copper is softer than granite. It cannot cut granite through direct action. The conventional explanation involves abrasion, using copper tools with quartz sand to grind away material gradually. Yet, experiments attempting to replicate ancient stone vessel precision using this method have failed to achieve comparable results. The process is extraordinarily slow, requires constant tool replacement, and doesn't naturally produce the rotational symmetry visible in ancient examples. More importantly, it cannot explain how craftsmen created internal cavities larger than external openings, or carved undercut sections inaccessible to any tool inserted through the neck. Various theories attempt to address this manufacturing mystery. Perhaps the Egyptians possessed specialized bronze alloys harder than pure copper, though metallurgical analysis of recovered tools doesn't support this. Perhaps they used ultrasonic drilling techniques based on vibration rather than cutting, though no evidence of such technology exists in the archaeological record. Perhaps the vessels required years of patient grinding by master craftsmen using methods now lost. Though this doesn't explain the geometric precision suggesting mechanical rather than hand production. Each theory contains assumptions not fully supported by evidence, and none have been successfully demonstrated to replicate the precision observed in ancient examples. The stone boxes found in the Serapeum at Saqqara present similar challenges on a monumental scale. These are massive granite containers beneath, some weighing up to 100 tons, carved with internal and external precision measurable in fractions of millimeters. The surfaces are perfectly flat, not approximately flat or flat to the eye, but flat to standards approaching modern industrial tolerances. The corners meet at exact 90-degree angles. The internal dimensions match external dimensions with precision that accounts for wall thickness within margins of error that seem impossible for handwork. Modern machinists who've examined these boxes express surprise at the precision, with some comparing the flatness tolerances to specifications used in contemporary manufacturing for precision machinery. These boxes are conventionally interpreted as sarcophagi for the Apis bulls, sacred animals venerated in Egyptian religion. This explains their purpose, but not their precision. If the function was simply to contain remains, why manufacture them to tolerances that serve no ritual or practical purpose? Why invest the extraordinary effort required to achieve such precision when approximate dimensions would fulfill the religious function equally well? The precision suggests either that the manufacturers possessed capabilities exceeding practical necessity, enjoyed demonstrating technical mastery for its own sake, or intended these objects for purposes requiring exactness we don't understand. Copper objects recovered from temple contexts add another layer to this puzzle. Various tubes, rods, and elaborate metalwork pieces exist whose purposes remain unknown. Archaeologists catalogue them as ritual objects or ceremonial implements, labels that often mean we don't know what this was for. Some show evidence of precision manufacturing, uniform diameters along lengths, perfectly circular cross-sections, surface finishes suggesting mechanical polishing. These characteristics imply manufacturing techniques more sophisticated than hammering and hand filing. Yet the conventional narrative holds that ancient Egyptians lacked rotary tools or precision metalworking equipment. Smaller artifacts scattered through collections defy simple categorization. The Saqqara bird, already mentioned, remains controversial but has achieved gliding flight in modern reconstructions, suggesting whoever carved it understood aerodynamic principles, including the function of vertical stabilizers. Various tools exist whose purposes specialists label unknown because their forms don't match recognized ancient tool categories. Some objects appear technological, assemblies with moving parts, devices with configurations suggesting specific functions. But explanations remain speculative because we lack context for their use. In the Cairo Museum's storage areas, accessible only to researchers, sits a granite vase from the pre-dynastic period, carved before hieroglyphic writing, before pyramid construction, before the Egypt we recognize as ancient Egypt existed. It's carved from a single piece of solid granite. The neck opening measures approximately 2 inches in diameter. The internal cavity exceeds 10 inches in diameter. The walls maintain a uniform thickness of exactly 3 millimeters throughout. The interior surfaces are perfectly smooth, the exterior symmetrical. No modern stone carver has successfully explained how this was manufactured using copper tools and abrasive sand. Most won't attempt to replicate it, acknowledging that even with contemporary equipment, achieving such precision in hard stone presents significant challenges. The cumulative weight of these objects creates discomfort with conventional narratives about ancient Egyptian technical capabilities. Individually, each artifact might be explained as exceptional craftsmanship, a lucky achievement, or misunderstood evidence. But collectively, they suggest either that ancient craftsmen possessed skills and knowledge that has been systematically underestimated, or that techniques were available that have been completely lost without leaving traces in the historical record we've recovered. Neither explanation fits comfortably within established frameworks. These portable artifacts demonstrate precision and sophistication on an individual scale. But when we expand our view to examine the largest and most famous Egyptian structures, we encounter similar precision implemented monumentally. The pyramids, Egypt's most recognizable symbols, have been measured with modern surveying equipment in recent decades, revealing construction accuracies that earlier studies missed or couldn't quantify. What these measurements show about how the pyramids were built, and what capabilities their construction implies, takes the questions raised by small artifacts and amplifies them to a scale that cannot be easily dismissed. The Great Pyramid's base covers 13 acres. 13 acres of solid stone blocks, and the entire base is leveled to within 2 centimeters. 2 centimeters across 13 acres. Modern construction companies, with laser levels and computerized surveying equipment, consider that level of precision challenging. The Egyptians supposedly did it with copper tools, wooden stakes, and string. When laser technology first swept across the Giza Plateau in the late 20th century, Archaeologists expected to finally quantify what they already knew. Instead, they discovered they knew almost nothing. Each new measurement system, photogrammetry, GPS surveying, three-dimensional scanning, revealed not answers but deeper questions. The pyramids became more mysterious the more precisely we measured them. The numbers tell a story that doesn't quite fit the narrative we've been given. The sides of the Great Pyramid align to true north with an error margin of less than 1/15 of a degree. Not magnetic north, which shifts and wanders, but true north, the actual axis of Earth's rotation. Achieving this requires astronomical observations of extraordinary sophistication, understanding precession, and mathematical calculations that Bronze Age civilization supposedly hadn't developed yet. Then there's the mathematics embedded in the structure itself. The ratio of the pyramid's perimeter to its height equals 2pi, the mathematical constant that describes the relationship between a circle's circumference and diameter, accurate to several decimal places. Coincidence conventional archaeology suggests. Accidental proportions that happen to encode fundamental mathematical relationships. But the golden ratio appears too, and relationships between the pyramid's dimensions and the astronomical unit measuring Earth to Sun distance, and correlations with the speed of light when coordinates are expressed in certain ways. One coincidence is curiosity, multiple coincidences form patterns. Patterns suggest intention. The precision extends beyond overall dimensions into details that shouldn't matter if these were simply pharaonic tombs. Internal passages align with specific stars, not just roughly, but with precision that accounts for precession over millennia. The so-called air shafts point to Orion's belt and Sirius with accuracy that requires understanding how stellar positions shift across thousands of years there. Why would tomb builders need such astronomical precision? Why would they care about alignments that would only be meaningful to civilizations examining their work millennia later? The Grand Gallery presents its own enigma. This corbelled passage rises at a precise angle, its walls narrowing in 7 courses to create a ceiling that has stood for 45 centuries without collapsing. The engineering is remarkable enough, but the astronomical alignment, the way it frames specific celestial events, suggests purpose beyond simply providing access to burial chambers. Recent robotic exploration of the narrow shaft has revealed something even stranger. They terminate at sealed stone doors fitted with copper handles. Copper handles on doors no human was meant to open, positioned where no human could reach them. What lies beyond? What were they sealing? Archaeologists have proposed explanations for the precision. Perhaps they used water-filled trenches to establish level surfaces, letting gravity do the work of creating perfectly horizontal planes. Perhaps they observed stars rising and setting to establish true north, using techniques we've simply lost to history. Perhaps mathematical proportioning systems, simple ratios applied consistently, accidentally achieved these relationships without understanding the deeper mathematics they encoded. Each explanation addresses individual mysteries, but fails when applied to the whole. Water trenches could establish level surfaces, but not across 13 acres with 2-centimeter accuracy, while simultaneously achieving all the other mathematical relationships. Stellar observations could provide directional alignment, but not the precision observed, unless the observers understood precession and possessed mathematical sophistication. Conventional chronology says they lacked. Simple proportioning systems could create pleasing ratios, but not multiple complex mathematical constants appearing simultaneously, unless the designers understood exactly what they were asking. The question that haunts engineers examining these structures: why such precision? Religious structures don't require it. The precision far exceeds anything functionally necessary. Achieving such accuracy would have multiplied construction time and difficulty enormously. Every measurement verified, every stone placement checked and rechecked, every alignment confirmed against astronomical observations. The effort seems irrational unless the precision itself was the point. Unless these structures were designed as something other than tombs, as permanent markers, as encoded messages meant to survive catastrophes and communicate across millennia to civilizations that would eventually develop the technology to measure them accurately enough to recognize the message. The more precisely we measure Gisabtsi, the more it seems to measure us, testing whether we're ready to understand what we're actually looking at. Imagine this. You're an Egyptian construction foreman. Your job is to place 1 2.5-ton block of limestone every 30 seconds. For 10 hours. Every single day. For 20 years. Miss your quota, and the entire pyramid timeline collapses. Still think ancient Egyptian construction was primitive? The numbers don't lie, but they tell an uncomfortable story. The Great Pyramid contains approximately 2.3 million stone blocks, averaging 2.5 tons each. Construction was supposedly completed in 20 to 25 years during Khufu's reign. The work could only happen during the seasonal flooding period, when agricultural workers were available. Roughly 3 to 4 months per year, when the Nile inundated the farmland and freed the labor force. The mathematics becomes problematic quickly. 2.3 million blocks divided by 20 years equals 115,000 blocks per year. Divide that by the 3-month construction season, and you get roughly 1,000 blocks per day. Divide by a 10-hour workday, and you arrive at the number that makes engineers pause. 1 block quarried, transported, shaped, and precisely placed every 30 to 40 seconds. Continuously, for 2 decades. Every 30 seconds. Not approximate placement. Precise placement, maintaining the 2-centimeter levelness across 13 acres. The astronomical alignments, the mathematical relationships encoded in the structure. Some of these blocks weigh 80 tons. Moving an 80-ton block with copper tools and wooden sledges is difficult. Moving it precisely into position, maintaining sub-degree alignments is exponentially harder. Doing it on a schedule that allows 30 seconds per block becomes absurd. The bottleneck problem compounds the mathematical impossibility. Even with unlimited labor, you can only fit so many workers around a single block. You can only run so many ramps or lifting systems simultaneously without them interfering with each other. You can only move so much material through limited pathways before congestion stops everything. Modern construction projects with cranes and trucks face these logistical constraints. Ancient construction with human labor and primitive tools would face them more severely. Then there's the precision paradox. Rushing work creates errors. Achieving the extraordinary accuracy we know exists at Giza requires time, careful measurement, verification, adjustment. Yet the timeline demands speed that seems incompatible with precision. Modern attempts to replicate even small-scale pyramid construction elements using ancient tools consistently take far longer than the overall timeline would allow. Experimental archaeologists have tried. They've cut blocks with copper tools and pounded stone. They've moved blocks with sledges and rollers. The work is possible but painfully slow, far too slow to meet the 30-second per block requirement. Conventional archaeology addresses these calculations with theories about multiple simultaneous work crews, internal ramps that distributed the bottleneck, or different construction sequences that accelerated the process. Each solution creates new problems. Multiple crews require more coordination, more management infrastructure, more complexity in an already complex operation. Internal ramps must be built, maintained, and eventually dismantled, adding work to the timeline rather than reducing it. Different sequences might optimize some aspects, but can't escape the fundamental arithmetic. This many blocks in this little time with these tools. Herodotus claimed 100,000 workers were employed. Even accepting this massive workforce, requiring a logistical miracle to feed, house, and coordinate, the mathematics barely improves. More workers create more congestion, more management overhead, more complexity in an operation that already strains credulity. The uncomfortable conclusion isn't that pyramid construction was impossible. The pyramids exist, proving someone built them somehow. The conclusion is that the conventional timeline and methods may be inadequate. Either construction took much longer, spanning multiple reigns, perhaps multiple dynasties, or the techniques employed were more advanced than Bronze Age technology should allow, or both. This isn't mysticism or alien intervention. It's simple arithmetic that doesn't quite add up. Engineers examining these numbers consistently reach similar conclusions. Something about the conventional narrative is wrong. Maybe the timeline. Maybe the methods. Maybe our understanding of what Bronze Age civilization could actually accomplish. But something doesn't fit. And the mathematics won't let us ignore it. The pyramids stand as monuments not just to ancient ambition, but to questions our arithmetic cannot answer. The official narrative places pyramids firmly in the realm of death. Monumental tombs built to launch pharaohs into eternity. Architectural prayers in stone meant to ensure divine resurrection. For more than a century, this interpretation has dominated Egyptology, shaping how we understand these structures and their place in Egyptian civilization. But stand inside the Great Pyramid's king's chamber, surrounded by precisely cut granite blocks, and a question emerges that the tomb theory struggles to answer convincingly. The Great Pyramid contains 3 granite chambers stacked vertically: the king's chamber, queen's chamber, and subterranean chamber. Granite is expensive, difficult to work, and was transported from Aswan, 500 miles away. Why use granite for rooms that would be sealed forever in a tomb, unless those rooms weren't meant to be sealed, unless they were meant to do something? No mummy has ever been found in the Great Pyramid in any archaeological context. The internal chambers lack the elaborate decoration and funerary texts that cover the walls of tombs from the same period. Tombs we know were designed for burial because they contain exactly what you'd expect. Bodies, treasures, and walls dense with prayers, guiding the deceased through the afterlife. The Great Pyramid's chambers stand empty and undecorated, their surfaces bare, except for tool marks and quarry inscriptions. The design features: narrow shafts extending from the chambers at precise angles, passages aligned with mathematical precision. The soaring corbelled ceiling of the Grand Gallery, seem radically over-engineered if their only purpose was to house a sarcophagus and seal it away from the world. Researchers examining the pyramid's physical properties have documented features that suggest function beyond symbolism. The internal chambers produce resonant frequencies when sound is introduced. Not random echoes, but specific tones that some acoustic engineers argue demonstrate intentional design for sound amplification or frequency generation. The shafts extending from the king's and queen's chambers align with specific stellar positions, not decoratively, but with the precision you'd expect from instruments designed for astronomical observation or timing. The Grand Gallery, with its corbelled ceiling rising 28 feet and extending nearly 150 feet in length, serves no obvious purpose in a tomb. It's an architectural marvel whose design resembles a resonance chamber or functional corridor, rather than a passageway meant to be used once and sealed. Christopher Dunn, a precision engineer who has spent decades examining the pyramid's features through the lens of manufacturing and mechanical design, has proposed one of the most controversial yet technically grounded theories about the structure's purpose. He argues that the Great Pyramid functioned as a machine, specifically a device for generating power through a sophisticated system that exploited the structure's mass, geometry, and material properties. His theory draws on observable evidence. Chemical residues found coating the shafts and chambers that suggest the presence of diluted hydrochloric acid and hydrated zinc, chemicals that produce hydrogen when combined. The acoustic properties of the granite chambers that generate specific resonant frequencies matching those that would induce piezoelectric effects in quartz-bearing granite. And the engineering design that resembles functionality, fluid dynamics, pressure chambers, resonance amplification, rather than symbolic representation. These theories remain controversial, and they lack the definitive proof that would force a paradigm shift in how we understand the pyramids. But they're not based on pure speculation. They emerge from physical evidence, engineering analysis, and the uncomfortable gaps in the tomb theory that conventional Egyptology has struggled to address satisfactorily. The absence of mummies, decoration, and funerary texts in the Great Pyramid isn't a minor detail. The presence of granite chambers with resonant properties, chemically coated shafts, and precision-aligned passages isn't coincidental architecture. Consider the possibility that temples and pyramids form parts of an integrated system. Temples serving as centers where knowledge was studied, tested, and preserved. Pyramids serving as practical implementations of principles explored in those temples. Astronomy, mathematics, engineering, perhaps technologies for manipulating energy or resonance that we've lost or never fully understood. Egyptian texts describe temples and pyramids using language that sounds functional when you read it carefully. References to opening the mouth, to activation, to structures having power rather than just representing power symbolically. We've interpreted this language as religious metaphor because that framework fits our assumptions about ancient cultures. But what if some of it was literal? What if the terminology described actual processes, actual functions, actual purposes that we've mistranslated into purely spiritual concepts? Because we couldn't imagine the ancients possessing technological sophistication. This section doesn't claim to solve what the pyramids were truly for. That question remains genuinely open, and anyone claiming absolute certainty from any perspective is overstepping the evidence. But limiting pyramids to funerary monuments may prevent us from understanding their full significance and their connection to the broader knowledge systems that temples preserved and encoded. The precision, the engineering, the astronomical alignments, the acoustic properties, the material choices, these features demand explanation, and it's symbolic stops being satisfying when you're standing inside chambers that behave like they were designed to do something specific, something we've forgotten or never learned. The connection between temples as knowledge centers and pyramids as potentially functional structures raises a larger, more unsettling question. Why would knowledge need to be preserved in such permanent, massive, and carefully encoded forms? Why build structures designed to survive millennia embedding information in stone, geometry, and astronomical alignment rather than simply writing it down? The answer that some researchers have proposed is both ancient and urgent, because the knowledge needed to survive something catastrophic, something that would destroy normal methods of transmission and require future civilizations to rediscover what was lost. The Sphinx sits in a trench carved from limestone. The walls of that trench show clear water erosion, deep vertical channels created by sustained rainfall. But Egypt hasn't had rainfall heavy enough to cause such erosion in over 8,000 years. Which means either the geology is wrong or the Sphinx is far, far older than we've been told. Geologist Robert Schoch examined those erosion patterns in the early 1990s. His conclusion contradicted everything Egyptology accepted. The weathering required centuries of heavy rainfall, placing the Sphinx construction somewhere between 7,000 and 9,000 BCE, thousands of years before dynastic Egypt supposedly existed, before writing, before bronze tools, before anything conventional chronology says could have built such a monument. The erosion patterns aren't subtle. They are obvious once you know what you're looking at. Vertical channels cutting deep into limestone, created by water flowing downward over long periods. Wind erosion creates horizontal patterns. Sand creates smooth surfaces. Only sustained rainfall creates what's visible on the Sphinx enclosure. And those patterns appear on other structures at Giza too. Megalithic blocks showing similar weathering that doesn't match Egypt's arid climate during the entire period of recorded history. Sediment deposits tell similar stories. Various locations around ancient sites show flooding layers far beyond anything the Nile's annual inundation could produce. Deposits suggesting massive water events that drowned structures and left geological signatures inconsistent with the gentle, predictable flooding that made Egypt's agriculture possible. Then there's the inventory stela, a controversial artifact that mainstream Egyptology dismisses as later forgery, but that refuses to disappear from the conversation. The inscription claims the Sphinx already existed when Khufu came to power, suggesting he restored it rather than built it. Orthodox chronology can't accommodate this claim. So the stela is labeled fraudulent, despite no definitive proof of when it was actually carved. What if it preserves authentic historical memory? What if Khufu really did find the Sphinx already ancient, already weathered, already mysterious? The Sahara itself provides context for catastrophe. North Africa wasn't always desert. Geological evidence shows it was savanna and grassland as recently as 5,000 to 8,000 years ago. Exactly the period when the Sphinx erosion suggests heavy rainfall years. Rock art throughout the Sahara depicts hippopotamuses, elephants, and giraffes in regions now utterly lifeless. Climate change turned fertile land into desert relatively suddenly. within periods measured in centuries rather than millennia. That kind of environmental collapse would have displaced or destroyed entire populations. Where would survivors go? The Nile Valley, the one place in North Africa where water remained reliable, where life could continue despite the expanding desert. Pre-dynastic Egyptian sites show sophisticated settlement patterns, suggesting organized, knowledgeable populations arriving with established cultural practices. Genetic evidence indicates population influxes from multiple directions during this period. People didn't just appear in Egypt, they arrived from somewhere, carrying something with them. There are persistent controversial claims of artifacts found in geological strata far older than accepted chronology allows. Finds that get quietly shelved, dismissed as contamination or misdating, not discussed in mainstream publications. Whether these claims are legitimate or not, their persistence suggests anomalies that standard narratives struggle to explain. Egyptian texts themselves speak of catastrophe and recovery. The Edifu building texts describe temples built according to plans from the time of the gods. Not metaphorical gods, but an actual earlier era when knowledge existed that later periods were trying to preserve and reconstruct. Egyptian cosmology emphasized cyclical time, recurring catastrophes that destroy and renew civilization. This wasn't abstract philosophy, it felt like memory. Consider Egyptian culture's obsessive focus on permanence, building in stone when other civilizations built in mud brick, encoding knowledge in monuments designed to outlast anything imaginable, creating redundant copies of texts and preserving them in multiple locations, developing writing systems specifically designed for carving into hard stone. This level of preservation effort suggests cultural trauma, deep collective memory of knowledge lost, civilization destroyed, wisdom that nearly disappeared forever. You don't build like Egypt built unless you're terrified of losing something irreplaceable. You don't encode knowledge in mountains of stone unless you've learned that libraries burn, that cities fall, that catastrophe comes without warning and erases everything not carved into indestructible monuments. The entire structure of Egyptian civilization, its priorities, its architecture, its almost paranoid focus on permanence, makes sense if they were building on ruins, preserving fragments, desperately trying to save knowledge from whatever catastrophe their ancestors survived or remembered. The evidence is fragmentary, controversial, debated. But it's there, carved into stone that refuses to erode away or be ignored. At the bottom of the Osirion, beneath 30 feet of sand and silt, archaeologists found massive granite blocks weighing over 100 tons each. Above them, more blocks in a different style. Above those, inscriptions from Seti Ponsin claiming credit for construction. But the bottom blocks show water erosion requiring thousands of years. So which layer did Seti I actually build? Or did he just claim someone else's work? Egyptian construction doesn't follow the pattern we expect from technological development. Normally, civilizations start crude and become sophisticated over time. But in Egypt, some of the oldest construction appears most advanced. The deepest layers show superior technique. The earliest megalithic work demonstrates precision that later periods struggled to match. History seems to run backward. The Valley Temple at Giza presents this inversion clearly. Massive limestone and granite blocks fitted with precision that rivals anything at Giza. Yet the construction technique differs completely from the pyramids supposedly built at the same time. No mortar, No inscriptions, no decoration, just massive stones shaped and placed with engineering sophistication that seems incompatible with the dynasty credited with building it. Why would one pharaoh's builders use completely different techniques for structures built simultaneously? The Sphinx Temple, constructed from blocks quarried directly from the Sphinx enclosure, shows architectural sophistication exceeding contemporaneous structures. The engineering is advanced destads, the precision remarkable. Yet according to conventional chronology, these builders were just learning monumental construction. How did they achieve mastery that later dynasties with more experience couldn't replicate? Across Egypt, excavation reveals patterns that complicate simple narratives. Temples built around mysteriously ancient cores. Granite casing applied to monuments that appear to overlay older limestone structures. Architectural features that don't match the decoration or inscriptions from the supposed construction period. Dynasty after dynasty, claiming to build or rebuild temples, but the earliest foundations showing the most sophisticated work. The temple of Setiwon at Abydos sits directly adjacent to the Osireion, but uses completely different techniques and materials. Same pharaoh, same time period supposedly, yet construction methods bearing no resemblance to each other. At Abu Rawash, megalithic foundation stones underlie later constructions, massive blocks placed with precision that the structures built on top of them can't match. The foundations exceed the buildings they support. Multiple building phases appear at sites throughout Egypt, but they don't show the expected progression. The earliest phases demonstrate superior construction. Later phases attempt reconstruction or imitation with less capability. Technological evolution runs in reverse. Advanced techniques in early layers, cruder work in later periods. This pattern contradicts everything we understand about how civilizations develop. One interpretation explains these anomalies. Dynastic Egypt may have been built partially on ruins or remnants of an earlier sophisticated culture. The Egyptians we know from history, the pharaohs, the pyramids, the hieroglyphs, may have discovered, studied, and attempted to replicate structures they didn't fully understand. The most advanced features of Egyptian civilization may represent inheritance or recovery rather than original innovation. They weren't inventing from nothing. They were rebuilding from fragments. Mainstream archaeology rejects this interpretation for legitimate reasons. There's no clear, artifactual evidence of a predecessor civilization. No pottery, no tools, no human remains clearly associated with the earliest megalithic layers. The theory risks becoming God of the gaps reasoning, invoking unknown ancient civilizations to explain anything we find difficult. Speculation can overwhelm evidence quickly when evidence is ambiguous. But problems persist that keep alternative theories alive today. The superior construction in earlier layers is observable, not speculative. Egyptian texts explicitly claim inheritance from the first time. Not mythological language, but specific assertions about building according to ancient plans. Some structures really are built on or from much older foundations. The archaeology shows it even if the interpretation remains contested. History may have more layers than we've acknowledged. Civilizations rising and falling, knowledge preserved and lost and recovered. Dynastic Egypt may represent not the birth of Egyptian civilization, but a particular phase, a recovery period, a reconstruction, an attempt to preserve and restore what came before. Not the origin, but a continuation. Not the first builders, but inheritors, trying desperately to maintain what earlier generations d'Asmonds achieved, and what catastrophe nearly destroyed. The layers are there in the stone, waiting to be read correctly. In 1976, scientists tested Egyptian mummies for organic contaminants. They found cocaine. Cocaine comes from coca plants native only to South America. The mummies dated to 1000 BCE, 2,500 years before Columbus discovered the Americas. This finding has been independently verified 9 times. Mainstream archaeology's response? Silence. The mysteries we've explored in Egypt aren't uniquely Egyptian. Similar patterns appear worldwide. Patterns suggesting either remarkable coincidence or something far more significant that conventional history hasn't accommodated. Megalithic construction using massive, precisely fitted blocks appears in Egypt, Peru at Sacsayhuaman, Lebanon at Baalbek, and Easter Island. Different continents, different cultures, different time periods, supposedly, yet the techniques match. Precise joinery, minimal mortar, blocks weighing hundreds of tons fitted so tightly that blades can't slip between them. The same engineering problems solved the same sophisticated ways by cultures with no known contact. Astronomical sophistication appears independently across the globe. The Maya-long count calendar demonstrates mathematical and astronomical knowledge rivaling modern understanding. Tracking Venus cycles, predicting eclipses, measuring precession. Göbekli Tepe in Turkey shows sophisticated astronomical alignments from 10,000 BCE, before agriculture supposedly existed, before civilization, before anything conventional chronology says could produce such monuments. Stone circles and megalithic structures worldwide orient to specific celestial events with precision suggesting systematic observation and mathematical recording spanning generations. Flood myths appear in virtually every ancient culture. Not just biblical flood stories, but detailed narratives from Sumerian, Greek, Hindu, Chinese, and Native American traditions, all describing catastrophic deluges that destroyed previous civilizations. The specifics vary, but core elements remain consistent. Worldwide flooding, divine warning, few survivors, knowledge nearly lost. Independent mythological invention, conventional scholarship argues. But the consistency across cultures separated by oceans and millennia suggests shared memory of actual events rather than coincidental storytelling. Iconography and symbolism show disturbing similarities. Serpent deities appear in Egypt, Mesoamerica, India, and China. Not just generic snake imagery, but specific representations as bringers of knowledge and civilization. Pyramids appear in Egypt, Mesoamerica, and Asia. Not just triangular shapes, but specific step designs with astronomical alignments and similar construction techniques. The swastika, spiral, and cross appear independently in cultures with no known contact, used in similar contexts with similar meanings. Conventional explanation invokes independent invention driven by similar human psychology. People worldwide face similar problems, develop similar solutions, create similar symbols because human minds work similarly everywhere. This explanation accounts for broad similarities. Every culture develops cooking, tools, shelter. But does it explain specific technical details, particular construction techniques, precise astronomical alignments, detailed flood narratives with matching elements? The level of specific similarity suggests something beyond convergent evolution. Perhaps shared inheritance from a common source. Perhaps knowledge networks spanning greater distances than we've acknowledged. Perhaps recovery from worldwide catastrophic events that affected multiple cultures simultaneously, leaving similar memories and preservation priorities. Evidence of ancient long-distance travel complicates conventional isolation models. Cocaine and tobacco in Egyptian mummies, despite these plants existing only in the Americas. Roman-era artifacts in pre-Columbian American sites. Genetic evidence of population mixing across continents far earlier than accepted chronology allows. Polynesian contact with South America, proven through sweet potato distribution and genetic markers. The oceans weren't impenetrable barriers. Ancient peoples traveled farther than we've credited. What we see in Egypt may not be unique Egyptian innovation, but part of a global pattern. Similar mysteries appearing worldwide. Advanced construction techniques, astronomical sophistication, catastrophe memories, encoded knowledge, emphasis on permanent preservation. Either multiple cultures independently developed identical solutions to identical problems using identical techniques, or something connected them. Trade networks, knowledge exchange, shared inheritance from predecessor cultures, or common response to global catastrophic events. The evidence doesn't prove a lost global civilization. It doesn't definitively establish ancient worldwide knowledge networks. But it establishes that Egyptian anomalies exist within a global context of similar anomalies. Patterns appearing too consistently, too specifically, across too many separated cultures to dismiss as coincidence. Either history is far more connected than we've understood, or human capability in deep antiquity exceeded everything conventional chronology allows. Either way, the standard narrative is incomplete. The pattern is global, the questions are universal, and the answers remain carved in stone across every continent. In the pyramid texts, there's a passage describing Ra's journey, he who dwells in his disk, around whom the gods revolve. Not travels across the sky, revolve around him. A heliocentric description carved in stone 4,500 years ago, 3,000 years before Copernicus. But archaeologists insist it's just poetic metaphor. Is it? The question isn't whether ancient Egyptians had telescopes or modern astronomical instruments. They didn't. The question is whether their cosmological understanding exceeded what should have been possible with naked eye observation and Bronze Age mathematical tools. The evidence suggests it did, substantially. Temple inscriptions describe planetary wandering, using language that makes more sense in heliocentric frameworks than geocentric ones. Planets move strangely from Earth's perspective. Sometimes forward, sometimes backward, sometimes stopping entirely in apparent retrograde motion. Geocentric models require elaborate epicycles and complicated explanations. Heliocentric models explain retrograde motion simply: we're watching from a moving platform. Egyptian astronomical calculations work more accurately when computed heliocentrically. This isn't proof they understood heliocentrism consciously, but it's curious that their math functions better in a model they supposedly didn't know existed. Their understanding of deep time exceeds anything Bronze Age civilization should have conceived. King lists extend back tens of thousands of years, not just legendary prehistory, but organized chronological records, suggesting systematic timekeeping across incomprehensible spans. Astronomical texts describe precession, the slow wobble of Earth's axis requiring 26,000 years to complete one cycle. Observing precession demands multi-generational record-keeping across millennia. But Egyptian texts don't just note precession exists, they reference multiple complete cycles, suggesting awareness of timescales measuring hundreds of thousands of years. More intriguing are their cosmological concepts that parallel modern physics. Texts describe creation emerging from a cosmic egg or void, concepts remarkably similar to Big Bang cosmology, where everything expands from an initial singularity. References to infinite space and countless worlds sound like multiverse theories. Descriptions of cosmic cycles of expansion and contraction parallel modern models of oscillating universes. These aren't exact matches to contemporary physics, but the conceptual frameworks bear uncomfortable resemblance to ideas we consider cutting edge. How did they acquire such understanding? Pure theoretical mathematics could produce sophisticated models without advanced technology. Greek philosophers later developed heliocentric theories through geometry and logic alone. Multi-generational observational programs, where priesthoods maintained records across centuries, could reveal patterns invisible to individual lifetimes, or they inherited this knowledge from sources we haven't identified. Preserving fragments of cosmological understanding developed by predecessor cultures with capabilities we don't acknowledge. The priestly education system produced individuals who spent decades studying celestial movements. Not casual observation, but systematic, disciplined, mathematically rigorous tracking spanning generations. Temple records accumulated observations from centuries of predecessors. This institutional knowledge, pooled observation and analysis across time, could potentially reveal patterns and principles that transcend what any individual observer could discover. Most intriguing are texts describing the secrets of the duat, the realm between Earth and stars. Conventional translation treats this as mythology about the afterlife. But examine the language carefully. Descriptions of the duat use terminology about paths, curves, forces acting at distances, regions where normal rules don't apply. Some researchers interpret this as describing space itself, curved trajectories, gravitational fields, celestial mechanics. Speculative? Absolutely. But the language resists easy dismissal as simple mythology when examined technically. Consider what knowledge preservation across catastrophe would prioritize. Practical survival skills matter immediately, but cosmological understanding, knowledge about the universe's structure, deep time, cosmic cycles, represents something profound worth saving. If your civilization experienced or remembered catastrophic events, understanding cosmic patterns and long-term cycles might seem essential, not for immediate utility, but for comprehending humanity's place in vast timescales, for recognizing that catastrophes recur, for maintaining perspective across deep time. Egyptian cosmology wasn't primitive geocentric mythology superseded by modern science. It was sophisticated, mathematically grounded, and conceptually complex in ways we're only beginning to appreciate. Whether they develop this understanding independently through brilliant theoretical work and patient observation, or whether they inherited fragments from unknown predecessors, the result is the same. Cosmological knowledge that seems impossibly advanced for their supposed technological level. The priests who guarded temple secrets weren't preserving superstition. They were maintaining hard-won understanding about reality's deep structure. Cosmological principles that took either millennia to develop or catastrophic effort to preserve. Knowledge about the universe that Bronze Age civilization supposedly couldn't possess, but demonstrably did. The stars don't lie. The mathematics doesn't lie. And the stone records carved across Egypt's temples contain cosmological understanding that refuses to fit the boxes we've prepared for it. In 1936, a German archaeologist discovered clay jars near Baghdad, containing iron rods suspended in copper cylinders with bitumen seals, a configuration that functions as a primitive battery. When replicated, they produce electrical current. These Baghdad batteries date to 200 BCE. Archaeologists called them ritual objects. But when you put them in acidic wine, they generate 1.5 volts. Ritual objects don't do that. Batteries do. The question of ancient technology sits uncomfortably in archaeology. Not because evidence doesn't exist, but because acknowledging sophisticated practical knowledge requires rethinking assumptions about technological progression. We prefer clean narratives, primitive ancients gradually developing into modern sophistication. But the physical evidence resists this story. Egyptian bronze presents persistent mysteries. Conventional understanding says ancient bronze was relatively soft, suitable for tools but inferior to modern alloys. Yet certain Egyptian bronze artifacts show properties exceeding these expectations: hardness, durability, and working characteristics requiring alloying techniques we haven't fully replicated. Chemical analysis reveals compositions that shouldn't have been achievable with known ancient methods. The presence of iron tools in contexts predating the Iron Age, according to conventional chronology, suggests either chronology problems or metallurgical capabilities we've underestimated. Stone drilling creates even deeper puzzles. Cores extracted from granite show spiral grooves, suggesting rotational speeds and cutting pressures far exceeding what copper tools should achieve. Modern stoneworkers have attempted replication using ancient methods. The results are clear. Achieving what ancient Egyptians accomplished routinely requires either diamond-tipped tools or sophisticated alternatives we haven't identified. Holes drilled in basalt, one of the hardest stones, with precision suggesting advanced boring technology. Not occasional masterworks, but consistent production across numerous sites and time periods. Chemical knowledge appears throughout Egyptian material culture. Pigments and dyes requiring complex chemical processes to create. Compounds that don't occur naturally, but must be synthesized through controlled reactions. Mummification techniques involve sophisticated understanding of decomposition, preservation chemistry, and biological processes. Temple contexts contain what appear to be laboratories or workshops where chemical processes were conducted. Not crude alchemy, but systematic experimentation and production. Acoustic properties in certain temple chambers demonstrate engineering sophistication we're only beginning to appreciate. Spaces that amplify specific frequencies while dampening others. Resonant effects that suggest intentional acoustic design rather than architectural accident. Evidence that rituals may have involved sound-based technologies or effects, using acoustic phenomena deliberately for purposes we don't fully understand. Architectural features seemingly designed to manipulate sound in ways requiring mathematical understanding of wave propagation and harmonic principles. The electricity question extends beyond Enderantoi. Copper objects and configurations that could theoretically generate galvanic effects appear in various contexts. The absence of torch soot in chambers requiring intensive lighting for decoration, raises persistent questions about illumination methods. Experimental archaeology has demonstrated that simple batteries based on ancient designs function using only materials available to ancient Egyptians: copper, iron, acidic solutions. Whether they actually use such devices remains unproven, but the capability existed. Mechanical sophistication appears in unexpected places. Precision bearings in certain artifacts. Temple doors weighing many tons pivoting on single points with engineering elegance. Water management systems showing advanced hydraulic understanding, calculating pressures, managing flow rates, creating distribution networks serving entire temple complexes. These aren't crude constructions, but sophisticated engineered systems, requiring mathematical precision and practical understanding of physics. None of this proves ancient Egyptians had modern technology. They didn't have electricity grids, combustion engines, or semiconductor electronics. But the evidence suggests their practical applied knowledge, particularly in metallurgy, chemistry, stoneworking, acoustic engineering, and mechanical systems, was far more sophisticated than usually credited. Technologies can be lost. When civilizations collapse, practical knowledge disappears faster than written records. A master craftsman's skills die with him if apprentices weren't trained. Techniques requiring specific materials vanish when trade networks collapse. Knowledge preserved only in practice, rather than writing, evaporates when practitioners die. The collapse of the priestly knowledge system would have caused catastrophic knowledge loss. Not just theoretical understanding, but practical techniques developed and refined across centuries. We're left examining artifacts that demonstrate capabilities we struggle to explain. Not mysterious in the sense of requiring supernatural intervention, but mysterious in revealing practical competence exceeding our assumptions. The ancient world possessed technologies we've forgotten, techniques we're rediscovering, and applied knowledge that challenges our chronological frameworks. The physical evidence exists. The artifacts remain. They were made somehow, using methods that either we've underestimated or that were lost when the systems preserving them collapsed. Either way, the material record proves that ancient practical knowledge exceeded the primitive narrative we've constructed around it. The Book of the Dead describes the initiate standing before 42 divine judges, each representing a different sin or failure. Modern psychology recognizes this as a comprehensive map of human shadow aspects, fears, guilt, and denied parts of the psyche. The Egyptians carved this 3,500 years ago. Did they discover depth psychology millennia before Freud and Jung? Or were they preserving something even older? The deepest temple secrets may not have been technical at all. Not astronomy or engineering, but knowledge about consciousness itself. Understanding human psychological and spiritual potential that we're only beginning to rediscover through modern neuroscience and psychology. Egyptian mystery schools operated through progressive initiation. Knowledge wasn't simply taught, but revealed in stages across years of preparation. References describe transformative experiences involving opening the mouth and awakening the eye, language suggesting consciousness transformation rather than mere information transfer. Initiates didn't just learn about reality, they were changed by what they experienced. Altered states played documented roles in temple rituals. Evidence of psychoactive substances appears in temple contexts. Blue lotus producing mild euphoric and visionary effects. Mandrake, with its sedative and hallucinogenic properties. Possibly others lost to history. Architectural features in certain chambers may have been designed to induce specific psychological states. Sensory deprivation in sealed chambers, acoustic effects creating disorientation or trance, visual stimulation through flickering light and geometric patterns. Textual descriptions of initiatory experiences use death and rebirth symbolism paralleling mystical experiences described across cultures, ego dissolution, confrontation with terror, and eventual transcendent realization. Sacred geometry may encode psychological principles rather than mere aesthetic preference. Certain proportions and spatial arrangements affect human consciousness measurably. Modern research confirms that architectural space influences emotional states, attention, and even brainwave patterns. Temple architecture designed according to harmonic principles may have enhanced contemplative states. The layout itself possibly functioned as psycho-spiritual technology, guiding consciousness through spatial progression that mirrored internal transformation. Consider the controversial interpretation that Egyptian gods represented not literal beings, but personifications of psychological state or aspects of human potential. Thoth as intellect and communication, Sekhmet as rage and destruction requiring integration, Osiris as death and transformation, Horus as the integrated self emerging from conflict. The mythology becomes a sophisticated psychological map encoded in narrative form. Not primitive superstition, but advanced understanding of human consciousness, dressed in symbolic language. Comparative mysticism reveals remarkable parallels. Egyptian initiation experiences described in fragmentary texts match mystical experiences across traditions. Hindu yoga's dissolution of individual consciousness into universal awareness. Buddhist meditation's progression through jhanas or absorption states. Sufi practices of annihilation and subsistence in divine presence. Shamanic journeys through death and rebirth. Either multiple cultures independently discovered similar consciousness techniques, or they inherited fragments from common traditions predating known history. The Book of the Dead, viewed through this lens, becomes more than funerary text. It's potentially a practical manual for navigating altered states, descriptions of trials representing internal psychological processes, and transformations depicting consciousness development, journeys mapping the territory of human inner experience. Not literal geography of an afterlife, but cartography of consciousness itself. The deepest speculation, temples preserved practical techniques for developing human capabilities, enhanced memory through mnemonic systems and spatial encoding. Altered perception through disciplined attention training. States of consciousness providing direct experiential insight, transcending intellectual knowledge. The mystery schools weren't teaching information, but training capacities, developing what humans could become through systematic practice. We're now in highly speculative territory where evidence thins and interpretation dominates. But the pattern persists. Temples as repositories, not just of objective knowledge, but of subjective transformation technologies. Preserving not just what ancients knew intellectually, but what they learned to experience directly. Understanding consciousness that modern psychology and neuroscience are only beginning to rediscover through clinical research into meditation, psychedelics, and contemplative practices. Perhaps the greatest knowledge temples protected wasn't carved in stone or written on papyrus. It was encoded in practices, preserved in experiential lineages, transmitted through initiation rather than instruction. When the priesthood dissolved and temples closed, this knowledge, requiring direct transmission and experiential understanding, would have been most vulnerable to loss. The deepest mysteries may still be hidden, not because they're secret, but because they're experiential. Not information to be learned, but states to be developed, capacities to be trained, transformations to be undergone. Knowledge that cannot be fully captured in words, but only pointed toward through symbol, ritual, and practice. In 391 CE, Christian mobs attacked the Temple of Cerebus in Alexandria. They destroyed the statues, burned the libraries, and murdered the priests. One priest, before he died, was seen frantically carving something into a wall in the inner sanctuary, working even as the mob approached. Modern archaeologists found that wall. The carving was never finished. Whatever he was trying to preserve died with him. How many other messages were left incomplete as the old world burned? The Egyptian knowledge system didn't collapse suddenly. It died slowly, strangled across centuries by forces that systematically dismantled what had endured for 3,000 years. The timeline of decline traces the civilization's gradual suffocation. Native Egyptian power weakening during the late period as foreign influence increased. Conquest by Persia in 525 BCE bringing foreign administration. Alexander's arrival inaugurating the Greek Ptolemaic period when Egyptian culture began blending with Hellenic traditions. And finally, Roman conquest in 30 BCE, effectively ending Egyptian civilization as an independent entity. Each transition eroded the foundation supporting the priestly knowledge system. Foreign rulers restricted temple funding, viewing the priesthood's economic independence as potential political threat. Temples were converted into administrative buildings, their sacred spaces repurposed for bureaucratic function. The priestly class dispersed as economic support disappeared. Why spend decades learning obscure knowledge when priesthood no longer provided livelihood or status? The education system that transmitted knowledge across generations simply stopped functioning. Early Christian authorities accelerated the destruction. Pagan temples represented obstacles to conversion, centers of competing religious authority that needed elimination. The campaign was systematic. Confiscation of temple property, prohibition of traditional rituals, destruction of religious images, and eventual criminalization of ancient practices. What economics had weakened, religious zealotry finished. The Library of Alexandria symbolizes the catastrophic knowledge loss. Whether it contained extensive temple records remains debated, but it certainly held accumulated scholarship from centuries of Egyptian, Greek, and international sources. Its destruction, through multiple fires and attacks spanning centuries rather than one dramatic event, represents the physical annihilation of irreplaceable knowledge. Scrolls that took lifetimes to write burned in hours. Observations accumulated across generations turned to ash. Knowledge that could never be recovered vanished into smoke. Hieroglyphic writing itself was forgotten, the final severing of connection to the past. As priestly schools closed, fewer people learned to read and write the ancient scripts. The skill became rare, then exotic, then extinct. By 400 CE, the last datable hieroglyphic inscription appears. For 1400 years afterward, the ability to read the temple's messages was completely lost. The stones remained, covered with text, but humanity had forgotten how to hear what they were saying. Evidence suggests deliberate hiding efforts during the decline. Sealed chambers and hidden crypts appear to have been closed during the late period, not as original design, but as protective measures. Accounts describe priests removing sacred objects and texts before temples were repurposed or destroyed. Legends speak of knowledge being hidden until the time of revealing. Cryptic references to future discovery by those worthy or capable of understanding. What happened to the initiated priests themselves? Some converted to Christianity, possibly carrying encoded knowledge into Hermetic and mystical Christian traditions. The Gnostics, the Desert Fathers, the esoteric lineages that claimed ancient wisdom. Some fled to remote areas, potentially preserving fragments in isolated communities. Many simply died, taking their knowledge with them. An entire educational system, refined across millennia, vanished within a few generations. The tragedy exceeds mere historical interest. A knowledge system developed and maintained for 3,000 years, longer than the time separating us from ancient Rome, was lost within a few generations. The catastrophic destruction of cultural memory represents perhaps the greatest loss of accumulated knowledge in human history. Not just religious beliefs or cultural practices, but potentially scientific understanding, technological capability, psychological insight, and philosophical wisdom painstakingly developed across centuries. This loss shaped subsequent European civilization profoundly. Medieval obsession with recovering lost ancient knowledge drove scholarship and exploration. The Renaissance rediscovery of classical texts sparked intellectual revolution. The archaeological project begun in the 19th century continues today, attempting to reconstruct what was destroyed, piecing together fragments, translating inscriptions, interpreting symbols whose meaning died with those who created them. The secrets we're seeking aren't theoretical or mythological. They existed. They were systematically recorded, taught, and transmitted. Then they were deliberately destroyed or abandoned. We're left with tantalizing fragments, inscriptions without context, rituals without explanation, structures whose purpose we can only guess. The temples stand as monuments, not just to what ancient Egyptians achieved, but to what humanity lost when civilizations fall and knowledge systems collapse. Somewhere in that incomplete carving in the Temple of Serapis lies a message, something a priest thought important enough to attempt preserving, even as death approached. We'll never know what it said. We can only wonder how many other messages remain incomplete, how many secrets died unspoken, how much knowledge vanished that final terrible day when the old world ended. In 2017, scientists using cosmic ray muontomography, essentially X-raying the Great Pyramid with particles from space, discovered a previously unknown chamber 30 meters long hidden above the Grand Gallery. It had been sealed and undetected for 4,500 years. In 2024, it still hasn't been opened. What's inside? More importantly, how many other sealed spaces are we still missing? Not everything was lost. The temples themselves survived, stone monuments that preserved knowledge even when living tradition died. Unlike papyrus that burns and flesh that decays, carved stone endures. The inscriptions waited silently through 14 centuries of illiteracy, holding their messages until humanity redeveloped the ability to read them. The Rosetta Stone's discovery in 1799 changed everything. Suddenly, after 1,400 years of silence, hieroglyphic writing became readable again. Thousands of temple inscriptions that had been decorative mysteries became accessible texts. Yet even with translation ability, much remains mysterious. Ancient languages carry cultural contexts we can't fully recover. Religious and technical terminology translates awkwardly. Metaphor blends with literal description in ways we struggle to distinguish. We can read the words without always understanding what they truly meant. Knowledge survived through cultural transmission, despite the systematic destruction. Greek and Roman scholars studied in Egyptian temples before the collapse. Pythagoras, Plato, and others claimed Egyptian initiation, whether literally true or not. They certainly encountered Egyptian ideas that influenced classical philosophy. Mathematical concepts, astronomical observations, and philosophical frameworks filtered into Greek thought, carrying Egyptian insights forward in transformed forms. Medieval Hermetic and alchemical traditions preserved Egyptian symbols, concepts, and possibly practices. The Corpus Hermeticum, texts attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, the Hellenized Thoth, transmitted ideas claimed to derive from Egyptian wisdom. Whether authentically Egyptian or Greek inventions attributed to Egypt for authority, these texts kept certain concepts alive. The principle of correspondence, cyclical cosmology, the integration of spiritual and material understanding. Esoteric traditions throughout history claim lineage from Egyptian mystery schools. Freemasonry incorporates Egyptian symbolism and initiation concepts. Rosicrucians claimed Egyptian origins. Modern magical and mystical systems draw heavily on Egyptian imagery and supposed practices. Separating genuine transmission from romantic fabrication becomes nearly impossible. Some connections may be authentic, oral traditions, practical techniques, conceptual frameworks genuinely inherited. Others are certainly invented. 19th and 20th century fabrications attributing modern ideas to ancient Egypt for mystique and authority. Specific knowledge domains clearly survived into later civilizations. Medical knowledge entered Greek and Roman medicine through Egyptian physicians who trained in temple schools. Astronomical observations and calendrical systems influenced subsequent cultures. The Egyptian calendar's structure underlying later Roman reforms. Mathematical principles appeared in Greek geometry, possibly derived from Egyptian temple mathematics. Architectural techniques influenced building traditions across the Mediterranean world. Modern archaeology continues recovering what was lost. Thousands of papyri discovered in desert dumps and temple ruins provide glimpses of daily temple life, ritual practices, and beliefs. Systematic translation and cataloging of temple inscriptions reveals previously unknown texts constantly. New technologies provide tools earlier researchers lacked. Ground-penetrating radar revealing buried structures. Chemical analysis identifying substances and residues. Digital reconstruction allowing virtual exploration of damaged sites. And satellite imaging detecting archaeological features invisible from ground level. The most exciting possibility remains. Significant knowledge awaits recovery. That sealed chamber in the Great Pyramid might contain artifacts, inscriptions, or objects that revolutionize our understanding. Robotic exploration has found sealed doors in pyramid shafts, doors with copper handles that haven't been opened in millennia. What lies beyond? Ongoing excavations throughout Egypt continue revealing new texts and artifacts. Sites remain unexcavated due to funding limitations, political restrictions, or simply because they're buried beneath modern development. Some surviving knowledge may be hiding in plain sight. Inscriptions we've photographed and catalogued, but haven't properly understood. Translation improves constantly as scholars develop better understanding of ancient Egyptian language, context, and technical terminology. Texts, dismissed as incomprehensible mythology, might reveal practical information when re-examined with fresh perspectives or new contextual knowledge. The recovery process continues. Each discovery provides context, making other discoveries more interpretable. Each translated text illuminates others previously mysterious. Each technological advancement reveals information invisible to previous generations of researchers. We're still in the early stages of understanding what the temples contain. The stones have been readable for only 200 years, after 1400 years of silence. We've barely begun to comprehend what survived. Somewhere beneath Egyptian sand, sealed chambers wait. Messages carved in stone remain unread. Knowledge preserved against catastrophe sits in darkness, patient as stone itself, ready to speak again when someone finally asks the right questions. The temples of Egypt have stood for thousands of years, bearing messages carved in stone. For 1400 years, no one could read them. For 200 years since translation, we've been arguing about what they mean. And beneath them, in chambers that may not have been opened in 4 millennia, more messages wait. Messages that might change everything we think we know. Or that might change nothing, except our certainty that we already know everything worth knowing. Ancient mysteries attract intense interest because they speak to fundamental questions about human capability and the nature of progress. We prefer believing civilization advances steadily from primitive origins towards sophisticated modernity. A comforting narrative that places us at history's pinnacle. Egyptian evidence challenges this assumption. It suggests knowledge can be gained, lost, and regained in cycles. That ancient peoples may have understood things we're only now rediscovering, or that we've lost entirely. The preservation of knowledge in temples reveals something profound about human priorities. Ancient Egyptians understood that knowledge is fragile, requiring active protection across generations. They recognized that not all knowledge should be publicly accessible without preparation. That wisdom requires conscious training and psychological development to use responsibly. They invested enormous resources ensuring vital information survived catastrophe. These weren't primitive superstitions, but sophisticated responses to real challenges of knowledge preservation across deep time. The implications become uncomfortable when applied to ourselves. If sophisticated knowledge existed in antiquity and was lost, what knowledge do we currently possess that might disappear in future catastrophes? Are we taking adequate steps to preserve what we know for future generations? We've become confident in digital information systems. Yet digital storage is remarkably fragile, requiring continuous technological infrastructure, vulnerable to electromagnetic disruption, degrading rapidly without active maintenance. The Egyptians carved knowledge into stone because they understood permanence requires deliberate engineering. Our cloud storage may prove less durable than their limestone. Studying ancient knowledge systems reveals different ways of knowing that we've neglected. The integration of observation and intuition, encoding information in multiple forms: text, architecture, symbol, ritual. So that if one preservation method fails, others might survive. Educational approaches based on transformation and experience rather than mere information transfer. These aren't inferior to modern methods, but complementary, different tools for different purposes that we've lost in our focus on standardized text-based education. The temple mysteries suggest human potential extends beyond what modern culture emphasizes. Ancient peoples may have developed capabilities we've neglected in our focus on external technological development. Consciousness, perception, and human psychology may contain potentials we've barely explored. Their mere emphasis on inner development doesn't contradict modern scientific method, but might complement it, adding subjective exploration of human capability to objective investigation of material reality. And practically, insights from ancient knowledge systems might inform modern challenges. Temple architecture's integration of function, symbolism, and psychological effect could influence contemporary design. Their multi-generational approach to knowledge preservation could guide our thinking about long-term information storage. Their understanding of education as transformation could complement or correct our information transfer models. Ancient approaches to consciousness development might contribute to psychology, meditation research, or human potential studies. Most importantly, the ongoing mystery itself provides value. It reminds us of intellectual humility, acknowledging we don't know everything about human history. It invites curiosity and openness to evidence that challenges comfortable narratives. It honors the human drive to understand our origins and potential. The process of questioning, investigating, and remaining open to mystery keeps knowledge alive and prevents intellectual stagnation. Whether specific controversial theories prove correct matters less than maintaining the willingness to question and investigate. The temples have already taught us that history is more complex than we imagined, that ancient peoples were more sophisticated than we credited, and that knowledge can be lost, even by civilizations that consider themselves advanced. These lessons alone justify our attention. The chambers remain sealed. The inscriptions wait for better understanding. The stones hold their secrets patiently, as they have for millennia. They're not going anywhere. The question is whether we're patient and thoughtful enough to hear what they're saying, whether we can set aside assumptions long enough to learn what the ancients worked so desperately to preserve. The temples still have secrets to reveal. To those willing to seek them,